Executive budget hearing for the Committee on Finance, joined with the Committee on Cultural Affairs, Libraries, and International Intergroup Relations. Please silence all cell phone electronic devices, and please do not approach the dais unless your name has been called. Chair, we're ready to begin.
Thank you, Sergeant. Okay, good morning and welcome to the 8th day of FY26 executive budget hearings. I'm Councilmember Justin Brannan. I chair the Committee on Finance. Today's hearings will begin with the city's library systems, followed by the New York City Department of Cultural Affairs. I'm pleased to be joined by my colleague, Councilmember Carlina Rivera, who chairs the Committee on Cultural Affairs, Libraries, and International Intergroup Relations. We've been joined so far this morning by Councilmember Lewis. Welcome to Linda Johnson, President and CEO of the Brooklyn Public Library, Tony Marks, President and CEO of the New York Public Library, and Dennis Walcott, President and CEO of the Queens Public Library. Thank you all for joining us today to answer our questions. Just to set the table, on May 1st, 2025, the administration released the Executive Financial Plan for FY26 to 29 with a proposed FY26 budget of $115.1 billion. The library's proposed FY26 budget of $496.8 million across all three systems represents less than 1% of the administration's FY26 executive plan. This is an increase of $16.4 million, or 3.3% from the $480 million originally budgeted in the preliminary plan back in January. The increase is mostly the result of added funds for collective bargaining. As of March 2025, the libraries collectively had 429 vacancies relative to their FY25 budgeted headcount. In our preliminary budget response, the council called on the mayor to add $62.5 million to reverse a series of funding cuts made to the libraries and to expand their current hours, to increase programming and reinstate Sunday library service. Despite the mayor's recent restorations in the executive budget, they represent a fraction of the cuts he's made to key programs like HERE, which the council has found were never necessary in the first place. In a city with a budget as big as ours, keeping the libraries open 7 days a week should not be some big victory. As budget negotiations continue, it's critical that we work off the same framework in prioritizing restoring our city's most vital services and programs that our communities truly can't afford. My questions today will largely go further on the council's preliminary response, along with examining the library's capital gap. I now want to turn to my co-chair for this hearing, Councilmember Rivera, for her opening statement.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair Brannan. Appreciate you very much. Good morning. Welcome to the hearing for the Committee on Cultural Affairs, Libraries, and International Intergroup Relations. I'm Councilmember Carlina Rivera. I'm chair of the committee. Today we will begin with a hearing on the city's 3 library systems, followed by a hearing on cultural affairs. And finally, the committee will hear public testimony related to these 2 hearings. With that, I would like to welcome you to our libraries hearing. I know many of you I've seen before. This morning, we'll be discussing the fiscal 2026 executive expense and capital budget for the systems. For fiscal 2026, the administration is proposing $496.8 million subsidy for the systems. The fiscal 2026 executive capital commitment plan, which covers fiscal years 2025 to 2029, includes $1.1 billion for the library systems. In the council's budget response, the council called on the administration to allocate and baseline an additional $62.5 million for the city's 3 library systems starting in fiscal 2026. The funding would provide $44.8 million for the library's system's unmet expense needs for fiscal 2026, baseline the $15.7 million, which the council has provided annually for the systems, and provide $2 million to expand 7-day library service to 10 additional branches citywide. I am disappointed to see that the administration only included a small portion of this in the executive plan. The systems still have a combined unmet expense need of $44.8 million in fiscal 2026 for increased costs related to uncovered wage growth and health insurance, liability insurance, rents, additional staffing needs, capital in eligible IT, and deferred maintenance expenses, new and expanded locations and programs, building maintenance contracts, and supplies, among other expenses, I'm sure. Additional funds are needed to help maintain our city's libraries, and it is also our obligation. The systems also have an unmet capital need estimated to be $345 million in fiscal 2026 alone for comprehensive renovation of branches, critical maintenance, technology upgrades, resiliency and accessibility, and project shortfalls. This investment in physical infrastructure is crucial to bridge the funding gap for the system's ongoing infrastructure needs. And while this funding would meet the library system's current capital needs, it does not account for the many millions of dollars of future capital needs. In order to provide for these needs, the Council called for a meaningful inclusion of library capital needs in the 10-year plan, with the addition of $1.2 billion over the next 10 years. While this plan does not include this additional funding, we hope to work with the administration to find a way that the capital needs of the systems can be met. The Council will continue to champion libraries as a funding priority. Libraries have an essential presence in every neighborhood of New York, providing indispensable services in a safe and reliable space for youth, older adults, immigrants, and all other New Yorkers, whether it's a baby at story time, or a student logging on to finish homework, a new New Yorker learning English, or a senior finding connection in a book club. The impact of the public library system reaches far beyond their walls, providing vital programs that strengthen our city's future. And it is essential that the budget that we adopt this year be transparent, accountable, and reflective of the priorities and interests of the Council and all of the people that we represent. I look forward to an active engagement with the administration over the next few weeks to ensure the fiscal 2026 adopted budget meets the goals the Council has set out. Thank you all again for being here. I would like to also recognize the staff, including financial analyst Sandra Gray, committee counsel Christina Yelamati, legislative policy analyst Regina Paul, and of course my own staff. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Before we get started, I also want to take a minute to thank the entire Council Finance Division. I think today we're at the halfway mark. Got another week and a half of hearings to go. There's a whole crew of people across the street at Mission Control who help make these hearings possible, especially today here with us, Aliyah Ali, Sandra Gray, and my committee counsel, Brian Sarfo. As a reminder, for this year's executive budget joint hearings, we're going to take public testimony later today on both the libraries and the Cultural Affairs Department. So if you are here to testify, just make sure you fill out one of those witness forms in the back. And after all the agencies testify, we will take public testimony. I'm now going to turn it over to Brian Sarfo, the committee counsel, to swear you guys in, and we can get started.
Good morning. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee, and to respond honestly to council member questions? President Johnson?
Yes.
President Marks? President Walcott?
Yes.
You may begin.
Good morning. I'm Linda Johnson. I'm President and CEO of Brooklyn Public Library. Thank you, Speaker Adams, Finance Chair Brannan, Chair Rivera, members of the Finance and Libraries and Cultural Affairs Committee, our Brooklyn delegation, in particular Councilperson Farah Lewis, and the entire City Council for your continued leadership and steadfast support of libraries. It's a privilege to speak before a body that has not only championed libraries, but consistently acted to ensure that we can continue serving every neighborhood in our city. Your support has always been strong and, most importantly, effective. Thank you. The Council's response to the fiscal year 26 preliminary budget once again demonstrated your commitment to New Yorkers and to our public services. Your call for a $62.5 million investment in libraries is not only reasonable, it's essential. After years of fending off cuts, library operating funding has remained flat, even as costs and demand continue to rise. Our patrons and staff including our DC 37 partners who will testify today, deserve better than another year of doing more with less. We are encouraged that the fiscal year 26 executive budget added $15.7 million in operating support for libraries. That investment is welcome, though unfortunately not baselined. I am optimistic that with your help, the full funding of our library systems required to sustain and strengthen our services will be secured. That means allocating another $44.8 million for our unmet needs and an additional $2 million for the Speaker's proposal to expand 7-day service. We were also pleased to see $50 million in capital funds for Brooklyn Public Library included in the executive budget. This is a meaningful start for which we are grateful. Libraries and the values we represent are under attack nationally, from the recent firing of the Librarian of Congress to threats against the Institute for Museum and Library Services and the freedom to read. Here in New York, Brooklyn Public Library and our over 1,100 dedicated employees are rising to meet the moment, serving more patrons, offering vital programming, protecting intellectual freedom, and helping more New Yorkers thrive. Librarians are serving homebound patrons with books by mail, and our outreach program connects family members in our branches with their incarcerated loved ones via free video conference. Brooklyn Public Library's digital literacy programs have recently extended into housing developments and community centers in partnership with the city through the newly launched Neighborhood Tech Help program. And our new digital discovery days are giving Brooklynites of all ages hands-on experience with cutting-edge technology. We're supporting job seekers and entrepreneurs through Level Up, which has now helped over 500 patrons gain the tools and mentorship needed to advance in competitive industries. 100 women have graduated from the program, and 2 of them are submitting testimony today. And our workforce and volunteer programs are growing, with a 30% increase in community volunteers helping to lead English as a second language groups, citizenship coaching, and homework help. We're also helping our newest neighbors, offering over 75 ESOL classes every week, from drop-in conversation groups to business English courses and job certification classes. These programs are at capacity, always with wait lists. And the need is only growing. In 2024, Brooklyn Public Library recorded nearly 6 million visits, a 19% increase in program sessions, and our books and digital materials circulated 9.4 million times. But we cannot keep doing more with less. Brooklyn Public Library faces a $12.4 million in unmet needs. These are not wish list items. They are unavoidable costs of providing reliable service in every community. The cost of purchasing books and digital materials is rising. We've seen a 5% increase in material costs over the past 5 years, and our digital collection alone now requires an additional $400,000 annually just to keep pace with usage. Our buying power has diminished, and without the ability to increase our book budget, Brooklyn Public Library lags behind the national and state averages in our per capita spending on collections. Healthcare premiums have also climbed, and we face uncovered costs from negotiated wage increases and minimum wage changes. These are essential investments in our staff and the very people who keep our doors opened and our communities supported. And now we operate 2 new locations, as well as several recently expanded branches, all of which offer in-demand programs that require more staffing and resources. These new sites expand our reach, but without additional funding, they stretch our capacity even thinner. Patrons continue to feel these effects, even with a reversal of last year's cuts. Longer wait times for books, lost hours, and unfortunately, more service disruptions. In fiscal year 2024, Brooklyn Public Library experienced 102 instances of unplanned delays and closures due to staffing shortages. And this problem persists today. This is not sustainable, and it is not acceptable, and I feel like a broken record. I've been making this case for many years, and really we need to do something to change the situation. The public relies on us to be open when we say we will be open. It is a core library tenet. We deeply appreciate the $4.4 million included in the executive budget for Brooklyn Public Library. This yearly library subsidy is crucial, but if the city does not cover and baseline our existing $12.4 million in unmet needs, we cannot stabilize staffing, invest in our collections, or ensure consistent service across our branches. But what truly keeps me up at night is the staggering capital funding we need to bring our buildings into a state of good repair. Brooklyn Public Library's unfunded capital needs now exceed $400 million, 1/3 of which are urgent projects like roofs, HVAC systems, fire safety, and accessibility upgrades. Of our aging libraries, 19 are over a century old. And last year, due to failed HVAC, elevators, and other basic infrastructure malfunctions, we lost more than 670 hours of service borough-wide. The $50 million allocated in the executive budget for Brooklyn Public Library is a strong start, and we're grateful to the administration for providing this funding. However, this amount covers only a fraction of our $307.7 million request in the 10-year capital plan. We also require adequate funding to initiate comprehensive and cost-effective branch overhauls instead of moving from crisis to crisis. New Yorkers deserve public spaces that match the creativity, drive, and resilience of our communities. Thank you, Speaker Adams, Chairs Brannan and Rivera, and our Brooklyn delegation for supporting library capital projects in your districts and helping create spaces that inspire our patrons. Over the years, the Council's lump sum capital funding has been a lifeline, allowing us to address urgent repairs and fill shortfalls in stalled projects. Your capital funding has been instrumental, and we would appreciate receiving these vital, unrestricted capital funds from you once again this year. Libraries are our nation's most democratic spaces. Every day, we welcome neighbors from all walks of life into our trusted buildings. That opportunity for community connection is needed now more than ever. Last year, thousands of New Yorkers wrote and asked you to support our libraries, and you listened. Their support has not waned. In my hand, I hold a stack of more than 225 people, their personal stories. These are people who have written their testimony that they will be submitting for the record today. They too are optimistic that our committed city leaders will contribute a much-needed boost for libraries. I will end my testimony by sharing how personally grateful I am for the strong relationship libraries have with you and all of our city leaders. Unlike many of my counterparts nationwide who face service cuts and book bans, we are fortunate to have your unwavering support. It's an honor to serve New Yorkers with you, and I look forward to continuing the conversation with the Council and administration to increase the city's investment in libraries. Together, we can ensure every person has free and open access to the resources they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good morning. I'm Tony Marks from the New York Public Library. It's an honor to be here with Linda and Dennis. And of course, a huge thanks to the City Council, Speaker Adams, who has spoken eloquently, as has the whole council, about their support and her support for libraries, Chair Brennan and Chair Rivera, essential partners, and to all the members of the City Council who've done so much and continue to do so much for all New Yorkers and for all New Yorkers' libraries. As noted, I will be brief and summarize my submitted testimony. At our last hearing, we were already saying thank you, and we do again, to the mayor for the $15.7 million for the 3 systems. We appreciate that. We also noticed, of course, as we've all said, that that was not baseline funding. So it's not an addition. It gets us back where we were, which is sort of what the budget dance consistently does. But that doesn't meet our additional needs, as we'll discuss, nor in this case, unusually, is it baselined. So we need to address those. We need your partnership to work with the mayor to get us that result. To work with the administration to baseline the $15.7 million of one-time funding, and to secure as much as possible, together with the mayor, $44.8 million for the 3 library systems as requested. You all know, as you all have spoken eloquently many times, to the essential role of libraries in New York City's civic life. And that is crucial at this point. I will come back to that. After years of fighting cuts, we are now doing more, so much more, for all New Yorkers with less, especially if you consider the effects of inflation. So we are struggling here to do the work that we want to and aspire to do, that my amazing colleagues, our DC 37 members make possible every day. But we need the funding to ensure those results. We see that costs, as I've said, have gone up. Security personnel, as just one example, in the last 5 years, the costs have nearly doubled. We need to make sure that our staff and our patrons are safe. The cost of software licensing has doubled. Our collections budget has not been able to keep pace with inflation, let alone get us to the increases that, as Linda said, we need in order to get to something comparable to what our peers elsewhere in the country are. This is New York. We should not be lagging. We should continue to be leading. So if we do not get that kind of funding, then the results are very direct, and we've seen this too many times. Our patrons will have longer waits for books. We'll have unexpected branch closures, as Linda has already referred to, due to staffing shortages as well as emergency repairs. We'll have fewer programs because the branches in all 3 systems have now become the essential free education centers, in addition to all the classical work that libraries have always done. You all know that. The Speaker has already spoken in her State of the City address eloquently to this and proposed an additional $2 million to bring Sunday library services to more branches across the city, a topic that I know Councilwoman Brewer has been passionately pushing for. We welcome that partnership. We are delighted to work with you all to get those kinds of results. And that's only one example of the partnerships that we're in with the city. Recently, HPD announced a neighborhood tech help program with us to give direct outreach one-on-one to Section 8 tenants. We're working with HPD as well, who've given us a landmark $3.5 million for a pilot program to bring free internet access to up to 2,000 Section 8 tenants. Given what Brooklyn and Queens are already doing on that front, the fact that the digital divide remains such a problem in this city, the center of the world, is outrageous. And so we're delighted to continue, all of us, to continue to partner to address that. We work with the Office of Immigrant Affairs to provide a huge number, the greatest number in the city outside the schools and university, of 20 English language and support centers. Everything we do for free, everything respects everyone who comes in the door. I'll also, as Linda did, turn to our capital program. We submitted a $1.2 billion request for unmet capital needs, $485 million for NYPL alone. The mayor, and we are grateful for this, has provided $75.3 million. But let's just note that is less than 1/6 of what our total capital needs are. We're delighted to move ahead with the Seward Park renovation, which amazing library in an amazing neighborhood, which deserves the full attention that we want to give it. But there's so much more that we need to do. We want to do more comprehensive library renovations, as we have done and just completed this year with 5 Carnegies. We would love to do the same at a minimum at Francis Martin and Soundview in the Bronx, as well as Great Kills in Staten Island. We need to ensure that our maintenance needs are met, our critical technology upgrades are available. We continue to work with DDC. We appreciate the hard work of all of our colleagues there. We know they share our frustration with the constraints and rules that result in too much time being spent and too much money being spent. So we continue to look for alternatives. We partnered with the EDC in our 5 historic Carnegie branches, which we completed this year. Magnificent, comprehensive renovations. Huge shout out to Iris and my team for getting that result. We need all of these efforts on capital included in the 10-year capital plan. Only then can we plan and produce the results which we are able to do when we manage with EDC or for ourselves at half the money and half the time. Those are great results for all New Yorkers. We welcome continued conversation with the administration now and in the future to ensure that we can find a better path and alternative ways of doing this. We appreciate that now with DDC Design Build, we can do the Westchester Square Library for what is now budgeted at $32 million instead of what had been budgeted at $44 million. We are eager to continue to build co-location, new libraries with affordable housing on top, as we did in Inwood. Now they're beautiful, open, 174 affordable housing units on top, as well as a universal pre-K and a community center. We have now in the pipeline a similar project at Grand Concourse in the Bronx and the Bloomingdale Library in Upper Manhattan, which will have 800 new housing units on top. We want to do what we can to address the real needs of housing for New Yorkers. Let's continue to do this. Let's make it part of the 10-year capital plan. We've also requested, as Linda mentioned, $30 million in lump sum allocation of capital funding from you, the council, our essential partner. $10 billion for each borough that we serve. And we're grateful to the council for that kind of support and hope it will continue at that level, if not higher. This is not the moment when we should be content to just stay the course. The values that make up the foundation of what public libraries are being purposefully challenged at the highest level of this country at this point. We have seen the gutting of the Institute of Museum and Library Services, of the National Endowment for the Humanities and the National Endowment for the Arts. We have lost our grants from those agencies, and we have reviewed and decided not to pursue or accept additional federal funds because of the strings that are attached that we simply cannot live with. We've seen the Librarian of Congress, our amazing colleague, Carla Hayden, fired. We've seen books banned around the country. The message from the federal and other local governments is clear. These are attacks on the values of democracy and the principles of access to knowledge and free expression that are absolutely singular to what it means to be in and of America. The libraries continue, here and elsewhere in this country, to be the singular, essential, truly democratic institutions. And this is the moment when we need to bring the full power and resources of all public libraries to bear for all people. Let me be as clear as I can. We live in very complicated times, very challenging times. We're seeing books banned. We resist. We're seeing misinformation everywhere and distrust everywhere. We resist. We are seeing reading declining of thoughtfulness in terms of, compared to what social media and the distractions are providing. We know that the market cannot and is not providing the kinds of results that all of us, especially our children, deserve. So we resist. We are seeing economic inequality at staggering levels that mean that people are not getting the opportunities to advance their lives, which is what we are in the business of providing in the libraries. So we resist. This is the moment to invest in the most used, most trusted civic institution in this town so that we can continue to do the job that you aspire for us to do. It could not be more important than it is now. Could not be more pressing. We are so grateful to be at this place, not facing cuts, but we need your support for baseline additional funding just to make it possible to continue to do what we're doing and to do the more that all New Yorkers and this council look to us to do. Thank you so much for your support and for this opportunity to testify.
And my name is Dennis Walcott. It's a pleasure to be here. I have the honor of being the president and CEO of the Queens Public Library, and I want to thank Tony and Linda and all of our teams for their respective partnership. I want to give a special thanks to you, Chair Brannan, and to Chair Rivera, and to the council members for all of your support over the years. I see Dr. Natasha Williams here from our Queens delegation. I want to thank our fantastic Queens delegation. When I talk about a relationship and a partnership, we at the Queens Public Library have a tremendous relationship and partnership with our Queens delegation, and it's really a pleasure to work on their behalf and the people that they serve as well. You have our formal testimony, so I will not repeat the formal testimony at all. And I will not even repeat what I have in front of me, which is our abbreviated testimony, because I heard the opening from the chair of the Finance Committee on how many meetings you've actually had. So I will be brief. Everything that Tony and Linda said, I will say ditto to do. In addition to that, you have specific testimony from the Queens Public Library as far as our respective costs, both on the expense side and the capital side. I want to thank the speaker for her leadership, and also I want to thank the mayor for putting the money in the budget. But as indicated, that does not meet our need. And how I will be brief is that when I see our customers come through our door, it just reinforces the value of who we are and how we are trusted. When you see the cheese buses pulling up in the morning with children who are kindergarten to whatever grade they may be, it makes my day. When I see people who are challenged come to our libraries to sit down and to read and get information and services, it makes our day. When I see our ESOL folks come in and customers getting services, it makes our day. When I see people who are coming to our programs more and more and more, it makes our day. We are there to serve the public, plain and simple. Tony and Linda talked about it. We're trusted. We're a truly open democratic institution. We are there to serve the public. Right now in Queens, we're gearing up for the Pride Parade that'll be taking place on June the 1st. We will have some fantastic people marching on behalf of a community that we believe in. We participated in the Lunar New Year Parade and had a contingent extremely strong showing the support. We have materials and respect for the various communities in the various months of service that we give them. We are there for the public. And I just can't say enough about what we do as libraries, but more importantly, what the people who are sitting behind us do as our team members serving the public day in and day out. Those are what we're about. That's who we are. You know it. I was watching one of the council members when we had our press conference outside, and the smile on his face when he was talking about his children and talking about growing up with libraries and the value that they brought into his life. Each of us have a similar story. We all have our story. We all have, I know mine is the St. Albans Library, where I grew up and I remember getting my first library card. And we talk about it, and my children and grandchildren, and participating in various ways. Like Tony and Linda and their teams and our team at the Queens Public Library, our folks are always thinking out of the box of how do we serve the public better? How do we increase our services? What does it actually mean to be open as much as we are open, but ideally to be open even more to serve the public? That's why we're coming to you today, to talk about adding the additional money. And it's not just to say add additional money, because the money that we have does not meet our need on the expense side, does not meet our need on the capital side. As Linda indicated very clearly, and as she's done it year after year after year, our doors are not always open because of the aging infrastructure. Our staff are not always able to be there because we're spread so thin. That's unacceptable in a city like New York. It is unacceptable anywhere, but especially who we are as residents of New York City and public servants of New York City. It should not be that way. And as a result of that, we are here to say, we need your support to, one, have our money baseline, but two, also to meet both our expense needs and our capital needs. So I just want to give you one bit of information, and I'm going to jump down into the weeds, and then I'll close. In that, my folks were able to do a great job pulling this together, so I need to read it. Assuming the cost of a physical book is roughly $20, in 2021, with $1 million, we would have been able to purchase approximately 50,000 books. 2021, 50,000 books. In 2025, with that same $1 million, it would only get us approximately 40,000 books. And think about that. Fewer books for the same money because the budget is not meeting our needs. Talk about an ebook, for example. Again, assume it's costing us $100. In 2021, with $1 million, we would have purchased 10,000 ebooks. In 2025, that $1 million would get us approximately 8,000 ebooks. The erosion of the opportunity of having books for our public is right in front of our face. You want to go even further into the weeds, and this is even beyond my scope of understanding, RFID tags. Yes, you can laugh at RFID tags. We all know what we're talking about. RFID tags comes in a roll of 2,000. In 2025, a cost per roll is $314.76. A cost per tag is 0.157. In 2021, a cost per roll was $249.52. That tells you, again, the erosion of the RFID tag, really what it means, and that deals with the books that we have to put the insertion of the tags on to track the tags. Did I say it correctly, my colleagues here? Book ops, baby. Huh? Book ops. Book ops, I know, that too. And as a result of that, we need your support. And we can go on and on and on talking about the erosion of the dollars and the flat budget that has allowed us to provide fewer services to the public. Yet at the same time, our dedicated staff say we want to provide more. We want to do more creative things. We want our hours longer and making sure we're there to serve the public. That's why we're here today, to talk about the importance of both the expense side of our budget, the capital side of our budget, but more importantly, the baselining of our budget. Once again, thank you very much for all of your support. Thank you for your perseverance. Thank you for your patience. And thank you for the ability to talk to you year after year, because you have been a receptive audience and ears, and we thank you for everything that you do on behalf of libraries.
Thank you very much. Okay, before we get into questions, just want to note we've been joined by council members Ayala, Williams, Moya, Brewer, Carr, Hanif, and Salam. Want to jump right in here. So in the budget, in the council budget response, we called for a meaningful inclusion of library capital needs in the 10-year plan, including $1.4 billion over the next 10 years. Would that be sufficient funding to cover all the system's infrastructure needs?
Go ahead.
You know, 10 years is a long time. And it seems today like that's the magic number. And who knows?
So could you give us an idea of how much above and beyond the 1.4, how much additional capital would be needed?
No, I can't. I mean, we submitted the number that and I didn't mean to be cheeky. It's just hard to predict what the value of a dollar will be in 10 years. What we thought, you know, what we anticipated overhaul of a library would be 4 years ago doesn't come close to covering what it actually costs today. That's my only point. The numbers that we've given you are, in fact, the numbers that we've projected that would cover the cost of our needs.
Just to reiterate, when the administration provided us with a $100 million infusion through the 10-year capital plan, that was a historic move because it just had never happened before. We thought we could do 5 Carnegies for that. We ended up having to add another $76 million to that just because the costs went up. Mm-hmm. Now, as we have funding for Seward Park, which we're grateful for, the costs again continue to go up. So we're going to need to find and work with you all and with the administration to find additional resources. And there are many more Carnegies and other branches that we want to do. Those that are landmarked, we need to respect that. Ones where we can replace the libraries with affordable housing on top. The costs keep going up, but I do want to reiterate, Chairman Brennan, being in the being at the $1.4 billion mark would be extraordinary. Anything close to that. What we need is a commitment in the 10-year capital plan that is a significant one, because without that, we cannot plan. We cannot execute. We cannot find partners where it's possible to not necessarily work with DDC, where we can provide, we can get things done in half the time for half the money. That means we have more money left to do more projects, even as costs continue to escalate. It's all about what any individual would understand. We need to know what we have to work with and to have enough to work with to be able to get the results that you want, that the mayor wants, that we all want to see in our libraries in every one of our neighborhoods.
So just to add one more piece, the longer we wait for the investment, the more it will cost. And so having that investment as quickly as possible allows us to get the projects off the ground based on today's costs. But who would have known last year the type of challenges from a capital side and expense side we would be facing with trade wars and everything else going on and the impact. So the erosion of the dollar over a period of time becomes even steeper. And so I think the investment that we talk about meets our needs at this current point in time, but the longer we wait, that investment will go up.
Can I just add one point to Dennis's comment? When we don't have the commitment to do projects in a planned and effective way, we end up having to do emergency repairs that we have to pull money from our expense budget, and we end up with closed libraries unexpectedly. And then we do Band-Aid solutions, because that's the best we can do, which are a waste of the public's money, because that's not the way to keep our buildings operating so that we can ensure that they're operating, so that people will come to our doors and know that they are open when we say that they'll be open. We'd like them to be open more on Sundays, et cetera. But, it all comes back to having the kinds of resources that makes it possible for us to do in a rational, planned way what you want us to do, what the mayor wants us to do.
We agree. The cost of doing nothing is very expensive, and waiting is equally expensive. Could each of the systems give us your current capital need for FY26?
I got it right here.
So our 10-year ask to OMB is for $485 million for the 10-year ask. That's $160 million for branch renovations, $200 million for project shortfalls, as well as $22.3 million for shortfalls with DDC, EDC portfolio, and $125 million for technology and security systems upgrades.
Queens' general need is $369,058,000, so 369.58.
Okay.
In Brooklyn, we have $7.25 million in DDC shortfalls. We have a McKinley Park branch overhaul that will cost, we think, $25 million. Tech upgrades and network upgrades of $3 million, and system-wide critical infrastructure for $5 million, for a total of $40.25 million. We have 39 active DDC capital projects and are facing $8.4 million in current shortfalls. So we can actually submit all of this, if we haven't already, so that you have it in spreadsheet form.
Also, Chair, just to remind you, last year, the three systems were hit with a capital peg that was never restored either. And so we started with a hole based on the capital peg that was not part of the restoration. And for Queens, that was roughly $32.2 million of the capital peg in fiscal year '24.
Mr. Chair, can I gave you a 10-year number. The fiscal year 2026 ask for New York Public Library, based on the numbers I gave you, is $262.5 million.
Okay. What's the total number of active employees at each of the systems, including full-time and part-time?
In Brooklyn, we have currently full-time 1,008, part-time 299 employees, of which 81% are union employees. But the budgeted projected headcount that we should be at is 1,167 employees and 300 part-time employees, for a total of 1,466.
Total, we have in Queens 1,438, union 857, non-union 125, and 456 hourly rates. And again, I think for the three of us, we're reversing the trend, even though we have not met our desired max need of prior budget cuts as well. But we're at 1,438.
At the New York Public Library, as of 3/31/25, full-time salaried was 2,161, part-time 43, part-time hourly 744. Of our salaried staff, 68%, proudly, union members. I do want to note, these are all amazing colleagues, but just to put it in context, in FY24, we lost 326 hours of public service due to existing staff shortages, let alone what we need going forward.
What are some of the most critical vacant positions for the three systems?
children's librarians, without question. And
Are there obstacles to filling vacancies like that, and what are they?
no, it's just that we're starting in the hole. And so basically, and then in fairness to my colleagues, we're all competing for the same pool of people as well. And then also competing with folks, and for me especially in Nassau and Suffolk. So it's a constant making sure we're able to get people in. But that's part of the challenge. In addition to that, we have at Queens in particular, a number of our people who have been there 30 and plus years. And so we're seeing a number of retirements as well. So you're balancing out with new hires coming in, some of the specific specialty areas, and those who are retiring. And for this past year so far, we have had a net number of people coming in versus the number of people leaving.
You know, in Brooklyn, we are always looking for librarians. Right now, we also have a need for public safety officers. But the issue really is one of planning, and it gets to this problem of not being able to count on the budget year after year. So you can't be expected to stop hiring because of a budget cut, for example, and then when the budget cut is restored, just flip a switch and be able to fill the vacancies. It takes time to fill that pipeline. One of the things we're doing in Brooklyn is actually supporting employees who have undergraduate degrees who are interested in getting a master's in library science so that they can, in fact, have upward mobility within the system and also fill vacancies that we have in the librarian slots. And now even going beyond that and looking at people who are close to getting an undergraduate degree, so enabling them to complete their undergraduate work so that they then can apply for the master's programs.
My colleagues have answered eloquently. I'll just add, last year, for instance, when we saw the proposed budget cuts, it means we couldn't hire because we couldn't plan. And just as one example, tragically, in the amazing neighborhoods of the Bronx, we were seeing that we didn't have the librarians, and then we had a lag time in order to hire these great colleagues to join our other great colleagues in the Bronx and elsewhere in our system. It's just another example. It's not just funding, it's the assurance going forward so that we can plan and continue to recruit. We're competing with Westchester, with Long Island, with New Jersey. We're happy to compete for the best folks, and we do have the best folks, but we need to know that we need the resources, and we need to know that we have those resources so that we can keep hiring and not keep people waiting.
And just to add one word, stability. Stability allows us to plan. Linda's talked about it, Tony's talked about it. Stability is such a critical thing in planning your budget and not have to look over your shoulder to worry about a peg and then react to that, which then demoralizes our folks as well. And we have to be very conscious of that. And in addition to the children's library, or at least I'll speak for Queens, we have a custodial need as well. And hiring custodians is something that we're very conscious of to make sure folks are available to keep our libraries both clean and always being responsive in who they are. They're fantastic folks, but there's always a need for more.
Okay, last question for me. I want to turn over to Chair Rivera. I just want to talk about state funding. So each of the city's 3 library system receives funding from the state under formula aid provided to every public library system that meets minimum standards set by the NYSED. What state aid level, what does the state aid level depend on? What are those requirements or those minimum standards?
As I understand it, Mr. Chair, there is a formula, and so for instance in FY25, we got $21.9 million. Formula aid is 9.7, but there's also designated aid of 10.6 and other state aid, as well as $5.5 million from statewide library construction aid program. We also work with the governor, and we're grateful for our partnership with her on particular projects, and we're always looking for more of those on top of what the formula and other sources provide from the state.
In addition to that, we rely on some capital monies from them as well, and that for us especially gives us the flexibility to do more creative type of funding with the expense money, the capital money that comes down from the state, and they are very targeted initiatives that come from the state specific to each library and a particular legislative district as well.
Brooklyn Public Library state funding is at $8.7 million, and I just echo what my colleagues have talked about in terms of process.
Okay, thank you all very much. I'm turning to Chair Rivera. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. It's always thoughtful and thorough and always with anecdotes that we appreciate, truly. In the council's budget response, we did call on the administration to add $44.8 million for the library system's unmet expense need for the fiscal year 2026. Clearly, we'd love for them to execute unprecedented baselining for you all. I think it's deserving. That funding is not reflected in the executive plan. Did OMB have any conversation with you all regarding the council's budget response and what we were hoping would be included?
I know our teams have been in conversation with OMB, but I'm not sure the specifics, so I'll get information as we go along. But I know there have been back and forth communication between our finance team, our operational team, and OMB as well. But I'll give you more details.
That's okay. I mean, if they haven't, I'm disappointed, clearly, but I feel like the partnership there and the conversations should be had with you all.
Yes, exactly.
Okay. Well, I think we've mentioned the additional $15.7 million for the systems. I know you can elaborate this on you if you like, but for that to sufficiently meet the expense need of the systems is a nice idea, but it doesn't realistically cover everything that you're predicting, especially with the federal grants and really the entire sort of environment around library needs. You mentioned for capital a commitment that should be significant and a number that could help. I mean, your capital pegs were not restored from last year. How many projects will be delayed or postponed due to this funding not being included in the plan? We called on the administration to provide an additional $345 million in fiscal 2026 for the system's capital needs. The executive plan does not include capital funding for the system. Do you know how many projects will be delayed or postponed due to this funding not being included in the plan?
Good.
Let me put in context the $15.7 million, which has been restored, if you will, gives us funding for facilities maintenance and cleaning, library materials, which, as you've heard, the prices have gone up as everything has gone up, as well as $1 million towards library pages, we love and are crucial. The missing additional expense ask would cover the unreimbursed wage growth, a greater increase in library materials to fill the gap that Dennis was discussing, IT, cybersecurity, OTPS, all that have been the result of inflation. The ready example in terms of capital, Madam Chair, is we put in a request for another 5 Carnegies or 5 full renovations, and in effect we got funded for 1. We're grateful to be able to move on Seward Park, but those other neighborhoods are also deserving of a capital, and that's just one subset of what we are eager to do.
Yeah, I'll limit my response just to the question about capital. And we've put in our request for the 10-year plan a number of projects that we'd like to start, and we won't be able to do that if we're not included in the 10-year plan. But I also want to just highlight the fact that each time we take on a major overhaul of the library, we make a dramatic cut in the deferred maintenance number. So we try to target libraries that are in bad need of renovations. We do a major overhaul. We eliminate all of the systems that are close to being incapacitated because of they've been in existence beyond their useful life. And so these overhauls not only put great libraries into neighborhoods that, really deserve them, they also reduce the ongoing maintenance of that particular branch. So it has a ripple effect throughout our entire capital and expense budget.
And what I will do is try to answer it a little differently as well, in that if there's a shortfall on a particular project, then that project stops if you're working with DDC. And that's something that's unacceptable. I mean, and therefore, when we prioritize our needs, as Linda and Tony indicated, our experts who work with our respective systems know those aging infrastructures, and they put that in the capital plan process, so that way we allocate the appropriate amount of money. And when that shortfall occurs, or there's a capital peg that's never restored, then we have to pull that project back, and then it goes back to something that Tony talked about earlier, as far as then we have to shift into doing patchwork, and to do the patchwork, we're using expense dollars, and when you use the expense dollars, then that comes out of any particular staff, and therefore it goes into a staffing shortfall. So it's a domino effect that Linda's talked about earlier, as far as the dominoes that continue to fall as a result of both the capital shortfalls, but also the expense shortfalls as well. And I know thanks to you, and thanks to the Chair Brannon, and to the council members, people really don't have a clear insight on the intricacies and the complexities of the capital plan. It's not just that simple. In working with DDC, and we have a good partnership with DDC, I will not dog DDC, but they're a bureaucracy as well, and things get lost in the sauce. And as a result of things getting lost in the sauce, then it provides really the slowness of a project, which then eats into our expense money, because we have to do a repair of a boiler. And I've always said this, and I'll say it again at this hearing, so it's officially in the minutes. I always cite the example of when we had a broken boiler one time. If we had to go through DDC, and the amount that it cost us to do that boiler project, and as a result of that length of time, people would have frozen their butts off over the winter, or we would have had to close the library down to that particular community. Instead of doing that, we shifted our expense dollars to do it quicker and cheaper, so that way we can get that project done and keep the library open to the public. And that's the complexity and the domino effect that we continue to talk about.
And
Dennis has used a couple of terms of art, lost in the sauce, freezing our butts off.
Obviously, I haven't used our library services for articulating my
all of which are great
feelings.
points. There is, I think, some form of legislation that's being proposed that would allow the libraries to continue to sort of expand the work that we're doing on the construction and maintenance side. We're not interested in becoming developers for sure, but since we can do the projects at about a quarter of the cost and a third of the time, it does make sense for that kind of capability to be transferred to our staff.
So well put.
No, and I appreciate that. And that's my questions with expense and capital. Sometimes we make it seem like they're entirely separate, and they don't actually overlap, but you need the budget to make sense, especially in terms of emergencies. I mean, how many of the system's capital projects are delayed due to issues with DDC's project management? And do you have any solutions to offer to reduce the delays with DDC-managed capital projects?
So I'll respond this way, and I'll try to keep my language in a way that represents the head of a library system and not someone else. We have a great project going on with DDC right now that we'll be able to achieve the timeline that's been projected. And the other piece I want to add to that is that it's not just DDC. When we talk about the bureaucracy and trying to make it lean, it also involves O&B, it involves bonding, it involves a whole host of different issues that impact the either repair of a library or the building of a new library or the expansion of a library. And so DDC gets a lot of the heat, but it's deeper than a DDC issue. I think it's a variety of components that would make us more efficient in our ability to both have a cheaper project and a more timely project.
I'll just pile on here because why not? my team that works on capital projects and maintenance knows that the thing that really sticks in my craw is that even when we are doing projects ourselves, it takes so much time for the city to reimburse us that we actually have a line of credit. We pay interest so that we can pay our vendors to keep projects moving forward. So the money that we're getting is actually not paying entirely for the capital work that's being done. We're also having to pay a finance charge because doing business with the city is that arduous.
And as you know, DDC just got an alternative delivery approval from the state. So we look forward to working with DDC around this alternative delivery method of building, because we want DDC to be the most efficient, cost-effective organization there is. I mean, we look forward to that.
Right.
And we've had projects that have been done on time. We've had projects that have been delayed. But the reality is then, as projects get more delayed, they become more expensive. Therefore, the shortfalls increase. Then we have to stop the projects, and that's unacceptable.
Yeah, I want to reiterate that point. It would be great if DDC could efficiently handle all of our systems and roofs and all of the things, all of the small projects. I think I mentioned in my testimony that we have 39 open DDC projects right now. We don't want to be responsible for building new roofs or installing new systems in our buildings. It's not our business to do that. And so we'd very much like to have a construction authority that could do that efficiently.
Madam Chair, I'll just reiterate. Look, we know that the good folks at DDC are working hard, but they're also working hard within a structure that doesn't make a whole lot of sense as far as we can tell. We've talked about this over the years. That's something for the City Council and the Mayor to fix. And we know there have been attempts at reform, but they haven't gotten us where we need to get. Things are better with design build, for instance, but I'll just reiterate the simple fact that without sufficient funding, without plannable funding, we end up seeing delays of twice the time, costing twice as much. Westchester Square, that's an ongoing effort here that's been going on for way too long. That neighborhood deserves a great library. Woodlawn, since 2013, we've been trying to get that project off the ground and done. We are so eager to get these done. If we get 10-year capital funding, then we can work better with DDC. We can find alternative partners, as we have with EDC for our 5 Carnegies. We can find, in some instances, partners with private development for the apartments above, using the air to provide New Yorkers with housing, or self-funded projects, self-managed projects. But we need to know that we have the resources so we can make plans, deliver projects at least half the cost, half the time as otherwise. When the city doesn't provide us with those kinds of commitments, in my view, it's being penny wise and pound foolish. And everyone suffers, because then we cannot deliver what the city expects and needs to have us deliver in terms of our capital projects.
One more thing from me, in that we're building out 2 new libraries, but we're using expense money, because we need to get those libraries open as quickly as possible. And someone once said to us in this planning process, well, how come you're not using the capital money that you have? And we said, we want this library open sooner than 8 years from now. And the reality is we'll have this library open in 2 years. We're in design for these 2 new libraries. And as a result of that, we have our folks working with the landlords of these particular buildings to make sure that we're able to serve the public a lot sooner than 8 years from now.
I appreciate that, whether it's Jackson Heights or Eastern Parkway, Westchester Square. These are all important projects. My last question, because I know my colleagues have some, are, all of this affects the programming you provide, and that's what's, right, the jewel, in addition to the books. how do libraries gather feedback from communities to decide which programs and activities to prioritize? And are any of those programs in jeopardy seriously? That'll be my last question, Mr. Chair.
You know, it's a balancing act. At least in Brooklyn, we look at attendance and where the demand is the greatest. We have also a sense of a pedagogy that, you know, we can be proud of. So it's not just about demand. It's also about aspirations and what we want our community to learn. You know, we're very heavily invested in services to newest New Yorkers, civic engagement, voter registration, all the things that come with being a responsible citizen in the city of New York, in the state of New York, in the country. There are always great and innovative ideas that are coming from staff, and so you know, we have a strategy department that specifically looks at what kind of programs in the branches are likely to be successful, and we incubate them and work on a small scale, and if they're successful, then spread them more broadly across the borough.
In Queens, we just approved, I guess, last year, our 5-year strategic plan. And so that serves as a foundation as far as working with the community and implementing new initiatives and strengthening existing programs and services. And part of that plan was engaging the community as far as their feedback. We rely on our managers who are on the ground, who know more than I know as far as the needs of the respective communities, and really feeding that into both the strategic plan and the overall discussion process itself. And then taking a look at funding. I mean, we have a very great relationship with the city, as all of us do, as far as the needs of the city and how we play that role, and whether we can allocate our existing dollars from you, the city council, and the city overall, or raise money to meet those needs. It's all part of that process of really blending the initiatives to meet the increased demands of services. And then again, I think strategic planning really provides that foundation. Linda talked about the aspirational. It's keeping that aspirational vision of what we want to do, but also unlocking the creativity of our team members to provide those services.
Madam Chair, thank you for that question. So just to reiterate, we've just completed a 5-year strategic plan, so we've been reviewing exactly this question. We've seen over the last 5 or 10 years a massive increase of our investment with your and the mayor's partnership in everything from after school, teen programming and teen centers and teen ambassadors, band book clubs. We see English language instruction for the immigrant community that's being pressed on so many fronts at this point in terms of what the feds, et cetera, are doing. Computer skills essential for making it in this world. AI now is a new area we're going into in terms of helping New Yorkers understand it. We respond to what we hear in surveys, what our staff tells us is working or not working. Obviously, it varies by neighborhood to neighborhood, so we do some programs more, some less, depending on what the real needs are there. One of our strategic initiatives is to increase our data capacity, our capacity for gathering data, to be responsive, and at the same time, we have to figure out, and we work at this, how to balance having the information to make the right decisions based on the resources that you and the mayor provide to us, but also protecting people's privacy as we do it. And that's a little tricky. We may be the last institutions left that care about and respect privacy, but we have to keep that balance, and that's what we're doing.
Okay, now we have questions from Council Member Lewis, followed by Brewer.
Thank you, chairs, and good morning. I have 3 quick questions. Despite City Council's push to restore $6.2 million in funding for libraries across the city, and with the administration's only committing $15.7 million, this particular restoration has possible threats and equitable distribution in hours and programming and staffing, especially in historically undeserved communities like Southeast Queens, East New York, East Flatbush, Brownsville. So I wanted to know, with only 15.7 million of the 62.5 library funding restored, how is, and particularly all your systems planning to equitably prioritize branch hours and services, particularly in these neighborhoods that I just mentioned? And will your systems be using a particular formula to determine which branches will receive restored hours and staffing? And how will council members and local communities be included in those decisions? And the last one is kind of like the second one, but what are the actual metrics that are being used in determining the cost at each branch for expanding to 7-day service for FY26? Sorry, I know it's technical.
No, it's
No,
not
no,
that. It's
no,
just that there were a lot of questions in there, and I would say that the underlying theme of those questions is how do we make sure that patrons living in some of our most challenged neighborhoods are being appropriately served, especially in the face of inadequate funding. And I would say that we keep a close eye on programming in the neighborhoods that you're referring to. Many of those neighborhoods that you read are Brooklyn neighborhoods. And, we are very sensitive to not only the programming and content that are being offered in those neighborhoods, but also making sure that as we're looking at libraries, the physical libraries that need renovations and overhauls, that we're making sure that the branches in those neighborhoods are also particularly well cared for and highly prioritized in terms of what we need. Of course, and I'm sorry because I, again, sound like a broken record, but
Right.
there's a balance between dealing with emergencies that are unanticipated and making sure that we can actually do the kind of planning that we want to do to make sure that the patrons in those neighborhoods have branches that are in good and working order. So one emergency can come along and wipe out the capital budget for a particular year, and that's partly because we're not able to provide the kind of preventative work in those branches that would avoid those kinds of crises.
And the last part is like system-wide with all systems. Is there a formula or a metric you all are using for 7-day service for all branches?
I know what the number is in Brooklyn to have 7-day service across all of our branches, and I know that because my good friend, councilperson Brewer, asks me every year. And for Brooklyn, it's $7.4 million.
So with Queens, we have uniform hours and days of the week that we're open. So we make sure that the services being provided in the respective areas of Southeast Queens and other parts of Queens that deserve the service are fairly equitable. But we also rely on the managers to be creative. And then what we've done is try to allocate separate funding to the various branches as well. So it's not a lot of funding, but individual funding so they can tailor it to their particular community's needs as well. And we found that to be extremely helpful. As far as the ability to manage the programs based on the budget, we go through a very rigorous internal budget process where we take a look at the equity as far as the allocation of the dollars to make sure that all the libraries are receiving equitable dollars and we're not shortchanging any one community at all. But also, when you asked about metrics, I imagine like all of us, we keep very detailed metrics of the services and the types of programs and the increases or decreases in a particular metric area, and then make adjustments based on those metrics. Well, those adjustments could be either increasing funds to try to make sure we increase the level of services in those metric areas, or we reduce it because for whatever particular reason that program is not meeting the needs of the community any longer. So we try to be collaborative in that process, but we keep very detailed internal metrics, and also, as indicated earlier, then that feeds into our 5-year strategic plan and looking at those 8 priority areas for us in our 5-year strategic plan and how that unfolds over the next period of 5 years.
Thank you for that.
I'll just reiterate, we have to provide services, equitable services across all of our neighborhoods, but we also recognize that the neighborhoods vary. So we look at an array of factors and we make decisions about investing in libraries or programs or thinking about Sunday services that include what are the access to public transit and parking, for instance, but more particularly number of visits, number of potential visits, demand, proximity to schools, even neighborhood income levels. So one example of that is when we did get the 10-year capital investment to do 5 Carnegie renovations, we focused those on neighborhoods of need, where income levels are lower and folks don't have alternative resources, programs, even just physical space to go to. And so that's what we decided to invest in because that's where we felt the need was most pressing.
Thank you all. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, we've been joined by council members Ung, Hudson, and Powers, and now we have questions from Councilmember Brewer, followed by Salam.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your great testimony with data and answers. It's shocking compared to what we usually get. And also, thank you to my twin. There's a twin up there, just in case you all don't know that.
Duly noted.
E-rate,
Our birthdays align. So.
same day, second, hour, and year, just so you know. He looks better than I do, but
No, I
I'm trying.
No, I don't.
Yes, you do. So E-rate, is that still something that you get, and how much, and how does it operate, and et cetera?
We get it. I'll give you the exact number in a sec.
There's no number there. Sorry. So E-rate is federal funding for internet connectivity, which is so essential given the continued digital divide. In FY25, NYPL can receive a maximum of $2.2 million in E-rate funding for eligible costs. At this point, we see no threats to that, but you never know what's going to come out of Washington next.
Okay.
Queens is 700,000.
And Brooklyn is 2 million.
Okay, so that's good that it hasn't been cut yet. So maybe you said this earlier and I didn't, but in terms of the issue of federal funding, are there other that could be at jeopardy, or does the federal funding so far seem okay?
No.
So there's a number of issues. There's the Institute of Museum and Library Science
Major
Services.
cuts, yeah.
Those cuts have sort of come to a halt. They're episodic. It's not like it's a continued stream from IMLS that funds libraries. It's by application. But I think the bigger concern is what happens to the state's budget if, and you know, as you know all too well, what happens in the state flows down to the city, and what happens in the city flows down to the library.
Okay, all right, that makes sense. In terms of the digital divide, obviously, part of your capital is getting more funding. So my question is, I know you almost every 5 years you need to have a overhaul of your technology because you have so many users. Is that still true, and is that the kind of funding that you're looking for? Because to me, when I go to the library branches, every computer is at use.
So I'll just start, and I'll let everybody pile on because this is an important issue. Yes, I mean, the technology infrastructure needs to be continually replenished. Yes, we're the largest provider of free Wi-Fi in the boroughs, and we are at an enormous demand. It became apparent during COVID to the rest of the world, something that we already knew, which is just how much our patrons depend upon the libraries to stay connected, to the point where we were leaving all the Wi-Fi signals on so that people could sit outside of our libraries when they were closed and take advantage of the signal that
That's the E-rate, yeah.
yeah. But in addition to that, there's always emerging technology that becomes important. And Tony mentioned in his testimony the importance of making sure our patrons are versed in artificial intelligence. That world is changing so quickly that it's mind-boggling for the most proficient. And so I know when I'm getting requests from the branches all over the borough about help in artificial intelligence, that's going to be an area of expense moving forward.
Okay.
So in response to your question and picking up on Councilmember Lewis's question around metrics, just to give you a metric sense, in fiscal year 23, we had Wi-Fi sessions 583,803. In fiscal year 24, that jumped to 1,755,367, so a 200.68% increase. And that's as a result of what Linda talked about and all of us are doing with both having the Wi-Fi capacity on a regular basis, as well as what we did in Queens, and I imagine our colleagues in Brooklyn and New York as well, the expansion of the range of the system as well. So we've done special projects where in neighborhoods that our branches serve, people are able to sit 150 yards away outside and get the services as well. We have put aside money from prior budgets in upgrading the computers in our computer center that's available for people on a regular basis, but our infrastructure needs around computers continues to increase, and we have a basically unmet need of $30 million in capital dollars to deal with the upgrading of our computers, both for the public but also our internal needs, because our systems, at least I'll speak for Queens, are extremely old. So that's part of our strategic plan as well, the internal infrastructure improvement that we need to focus on, and that requires additional money.
Councilwoman Brewer, so thank you again for your question. We also have seen significant increases, just for instance in wireless sessions, 80% increase in the last fiscal year, in just that fiscal year alone. We have a huge number, over 5,000 desktop computers, over 4,000 laptop computers. But as you say, the issue is the digital divide, and it is, you're right, on a 5-year cycle in terms of replacement, and we've spent, I think, about $30 million just on that in the last 5 years. But the digital divide, as I've already signaled, I think maybe before you came in, is an issue.
I heard you. I was listening.
Okay, across the city. Thanks, Gail. That's why we're so proud to be partnering with HPD, both in 2 different projects with Section 8 housing, one-on-one, and then the other is 2,000 people in the kind of project that Dennis was describing and that my colleagues have also been doing. Look, let me just be clear. It is outrageous that in New York City, at this point in history, that 1 million, possibly twice that number, of our neighbors and fellow citizens don't have access to trustable broadband at home. We focused on this during the pandemic when it was additionally incredible that you couldn't do schoolwork, you couldn't do your job, you couldn't look for a job, you couldn't do research, you couldn't keep up with your friends and neighbors or with city officials in terms of the information that you needed. I will never forget talking to the CEO of one of the largest, if not the largest provider in the city, who explained to me that no, they didn't see a problem, even though 1 or 2 million New Yorkers are in the digital dark. Their prices simply make digital access unavoidable. That's why all 3 of us across the 5 boroughs have been experimenting towards what I hope will be a much better result, which is where every New Yorker has a basic broadband offering for free as sort of a basic requirement of life at this point. The market is not providing that. It won't provide that. It's just another example of where the libraries have to step in to solve the social problems and needs that the markets by themselves can't and won't meet.
Yeah. I mean, NYCHA folks get a little bit through Spectrum and the city's program, but you have to be at NYCHA resident, and you have to have Spectrum. Did you want?
Yeah, I just want to build on what Tony is talking about. First, just locally, in our 10-year capital plan ask, there's $12.2 million for technology, and without getting into the complexities of what qualifies for capital and what doesn't.
I'm aware.
But I want to reiterate the issue of inadequate broadband across the city. The libraries are, in fact, there to sort of help those that are on the wrong side of the digital divide in a way that is really hard to fathom in 2025. And the issue is growing every year because the more sophisticated we get in terms of investing in digital material, the further behind people living on the wrong side of the digital divide become. And that is the really perhaps one of the biggest conundrums that we're dealing with right now, because to meet the demand of many New Yorkers in terms of digital material requires us to make investments that are, in some cases, it's like we're running two enterprises. We're running the bricks and mortar, and we're running this digital enterprise that we've all built out over the last 5-7 years. And we're still operating with the same amount of funding. And that is part of what is making the situation untenable.
All right, thank you. Just two quickly things. One, I won't bring up DDC because I always do, because when I do, then they call me and complain that I complain about them, but I am complaining about them. For the New York, what's your 7-day number? I know I didn't get it. I got Brooklyn's. What's your 7-day, if you were to do 7-day? What's your number that you would need?
We again, with the metrics and trying to figure out where to do this and spread it across, we think it's roughly a $10 million number.
Okay, and then when will
And Gail, can I just add, we used to be at a 5-year replacement cycle for technology infrastructure. With your help, we were able to switch to a 3-year, which is much more in keeping with the reality of what we need.
Okay. And for Queens, it's $7 million, which is specific for overtime.
Okay, thank you. And then finally, Bloomingdale, what's the timing of Bloomingdale being renovated and housing and so on?
So we're working on that, Gail. We'll get you the numbers. It's in partnership with EDC. We're grateful that, now that we've gotten agreement with the health department, so because they're also located there. As in Inwood, we will provide a great new, hopefully larger, better library, brand new. Yep. And in the case of Bloomingdale, a block that I have walked by many, many times, because of the size of the site, we think we can get up to 800 apartments above what is the current location.
Terrific. All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. I won't bring up all my other topics right now because you all know them. Thank you so much.
Okay, questions from Councilmember Salam, followed by Williams.
Thank you, and good morning.
Good morning.
Great testimony so far. This has been really informative. I have a few questions as it relates to Harlem. The Executive Capital Commitment Plan includes major upgrades for branches like Brownsville and Jackson Heights. What specific capital commitments, if any, are being made to address urgent infrastructure issues in Harlem branches, such as HVAC failures, ADA accessibility, or roof repairs? And has any of the $345 million in unmet capital needs identified by the council been allocated for Harlem-based library facilities? And will the administration commit to including Harlem library projects in the $1.2 billion 10-year capital plan?
Councilman, thank you for your question. Let me just say that we consider our branches and our research library in Harlem to be essential crown jewels, if you will, in a neighborhood that is so powerful and needs more than it has gotten. We recently completed an exterior rehab of County Cullen. Took way too long, over $7.5 million. I remember that scaffolding was there and causing problems on that block. I'm delighted that's done. Harry Belafonte, so proud to have that name on our 115th Street branch. We completed a cellar and floor renovation, a boiler replacement. I know that doesn't sound like charismatic items, but they're expensive. That was $266 million. We have proudly finished a facade and window replacement. We are in construction of the Schomburg's facade and window replacement. $8 million of special funding from Governor Hochul, so we're grateful to the governor for that. And I just want to point out that we are currently celebrating the 100th anniversary of the Schomburg, which is the premier research center in the world for African American and diaspora studies. We've got so many programs and so much that we're aspiring to do there, and fundraising privately as well as publicly for the Schomburg. If we can get a serious 10-year capital commitment, then we can do more in Harlem, whether it's at the Harlem Library. We did, as you know, finally replace McCombs Bridge, which was painfully small for decades. We were, I think, doubled or tripled the size of that branch, and it's bursting with life and programs. That's the model we want to do throughout the system, and certainly and particularly in Harlem.
And just some follow-ups with regards to youth and workforce programming in Harlem libraries. With the vacancy rate for library staff at 9.4% as of March 2025, how is the city ensuring that Harlem libraries maintain robust youth programming, adult education, and workforce development services, especially when staffing shortages persist?
So again, our strategic plan has recommitted us with public funds and where necessarily with private funds to ensure that our education programs, especially in neighborhoods of greater need, which is what we're talking about here, deserve that level of funding. We have massively increased our education programs at New York Public and the other systems as well. Now we need to ensure that going forward, build on that going forward, and if that means we need to do more private fundraising, we will do that as well, because the people of New York, even the folks with resources, understand just how crucial this is, and we know that you and the City Council and the city as a whole understand that.
Absolutely. And Chairs, if I can just a short follow-up to that. How are the libraries partnering with local schools and community-based organizations in Harlem to expand the digital literacy and after-school initiatives, and will additional operating support in the executive budget be directed in part towards restoring youth and educational programs that were scaled back in recent years?
Well, we have been building back, whether it's PAGE or Teen Ambassador programs. We've been expanding our after-school activities in Harlem and elsewhere. We want to ensure that we have the resources to continue that and to expand that where possible. Though we've done so much in terms of expansion that now we need to make sure that we can continue those commitments as well as look to other places to do more.
Thank you.
Questions from Councilmember Williams.
Thank you. I just had a question about the capital budget. I know you mentioned a lot of the issues that you have with these projects. I think almost every year I put money in, and as you know, comes back around that there's a budget shortfall, and then we have to try to find additional funds. If you could just explain again that process and how we could try to avoid that, because it is a little frustrating to make a priority to put in funds one year and then find out that the project is suddenly not fully funded. It's just a frustrating dynamic for us with such limited capital funds to spread around. And if we say we're going to commit to this 1 year and then next year we make other commitments and then have to move lines around because we get a notification from the system that, a particular project is underfunded. And I think this has happened to me probably almost every budget cycle, where a project that I thought was fully funded is suddenly not funded.
So I'll take that first, if I may. One, it may happen to you again this year. So just to give you a heads up, I know, but I'm giving you a heads up. But that's where the City Council's unrestricted money has been extremely helpful to all of us as far as plugging those holes as well. And so you have not really heard the same amount of coming back to you for additional funds, at least on the Queens side, because of the use of prioritizing and really taking a look at where shortfalls may take place and the excellent unrestricted money that the City Council has provided that allows us to plug that. In your district in particular, Council Member, as I look at the list of libraries that you cover, every library in your district has a capital initiative taking place. Cambria Heights with roof resiliency, South Jamaica with total overhaul, South Hollis as well, and then Central, thanks to you and the speaker and other council members, the renovation of the auditorium at Central, and St. Albans has a project. So, we're very conscious of that, and we've tried to minimize coming back to you for additional money because of shortfalls, but it goes back to what we talked about earlier as far as the complexity of if we don't have the money, as Tony and Linda have indicated, as far as the total capital plan, especially a 10-year capital plan, then we meet those shortfalls by either coming back to you or using the unrestricted money that you have set aside from the council itself in the overall budget.
Okay, we've also been joined by Councilmember Brooks Powers on Zoom. Okay, thank you all very, very much for your testimony.
Thank you for the opportunity, and thank you for your leadership as well.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate you and your testimony.
Okay, we'll take a little break, and then we're going to hear from DCLA at 12 noon.
Tony? Always a pleasure, really.
what I love about it is all wood. Oh my God. Wood stuff. Everything. I mean, it would be worth a bus ride just to get there. But you know, they could. I want it for September. Tomorrow keeps being 26. I want it for 25. I would love to put that in. Put in the newsletter, see what happens. You know, see what happens. And what newsletter did talk about special ed not being available. What happens? I think that'd be great. I'm fine. I just don't know. I'm gonna skip.
Good afternoon, everyone. If we could start making way to our seats, we're going to be starting in just a few moments. We are going to reconvene in just a few moments. Also, just a quick reminder, if you have an electronic device, we ask you to please silence those electronic devices at this time. Any private conversations, we ask you to please take out to the rotunda. Also, no food or beverages, any coffee, any water, please take out of the chambers. Once again, we will be reconvening in just a few moments. If you are here to testify and have not filled out a witness slip, even if you did register online to testify, please fill out a witness slip at the back table with the Sergeant at Arms upon entrance of the room. Thank you so much for your cooperation.
Okay, good afternoon and welcome to Day 8, Part 2 of Day 8 of the executive budget hearings. This will be the final executive hearing of the day. We'll be focusing on the Department of Cultural Affairs. I'm joined by my colleague, Councilmember Rivera, Chair of the Committee on Cultural Affairs, Libraries, and International Intergroup Relations. Welcome to a familiar face and friend, Commissioner Lori Cumbo. Good to see you guys. And Lance, of course. Thank you for joining us today to answer our questions. On May 1st, 2025, the administration released the Executive Financial Plan for FY26 to 29 with a proposed FY26 budget of $115.1 billion. DCLA's proposed FY26 budget of $215.1 million represents less than 1% of the administration's proposed FY25 budget. This is an increase of $50.7 million from the $164.4 million originally budgeted in the preliminary plan back in January. This increase is the result of several actions, mostly a partial restoration of PEGs to the CDF, the Cultural Development Fund, and the CIG, the Cultural Institution Group operating subsidy. This is partially offset by an adjustment in utility spending costs. As of March 2025, DCLA had 9 vacancies relative to their budgeted headcount. In the Council's preliminary budget response, we called on City Hall to add $75 million to DCLA's budget to fully restore and baseline cuts imposed to the cultural institutions' funding. And as I said this morning, we do not arrive at these numbers lightly. The Council has identified sufficient resources to restore this and other unnecessary cuts in full for our cultural institutions. Investing in our arts and cultural institutions isn't a nice luxury, but one of those rare moments where it works for both a moral and a financial position. If a budget is a moral document, then the arts are what inspires generations today and tomorrow to create, think, and explore the world beyond. I've got the passport stamps to prove it. Financially, our cultural institutions are also those key investments we need to support, a heartbeat pulling millions of people into the city from around the world, generating money for our economy and our workforce, and supporting jobs all the while. The Council is obligated to deliver a final budget that supports New Yorkers' success, fiscal and otherwise, and will continue that work in the negotiations ahead. My questions today will largely focus on the Council's budget response, along with one-time funding and DCLA's capital program, but I now want to turn back to my co-chair, Councilmember Rivera, for her opening statement.
Thank you so much, Chair Brannon. Passport stamps are such a flex. And I want to just thank everyone here, especially my colleagues, for fighting so diligently for their communities to ensure that their neighborhoods, their neighbors, their constituents have opportunity. Good afternoon and welcome to the hearing for the Committee on Cultural Affairs, Libraries, and International Intergroup Relations. I'm Councilmember Carlina Rivera, Chair of this committee. This afternoon, we will be discussing the fiscal 2026 executive expense budget for DCLA, which stands at $215.1 million, and the fiscal 2026 executive capital commitment plan, which includes $1.2 billion in fiscal 2025 to 2029 for the department. I'm happy to see that at the urging of the Council, the administration added baseline funding of $45 million in the executive plan, which includes $23.5 million for Cultural Development Fund recipients and $21.5 million for the 34 cultural institution group member organizations. However, I am disappointed that the administration did not allocate and baseline the full $75 million for the city's cultural institutions as the Council called for in its budget response. The city's cultural institutions are renowned worldwide for providing enrichment to all audiences while contributing to the growth of our neighborhoods and the city's economy. The additional $30 million of baseline funding would assist the SIG institutions in paying staff salaries, providing accessible public programs, and for security and maintenance of city-owned buildings. The funding would also help thousands of creative nonprofits that rely on CDF funding to keep their doors open and provide services across the city. Our cultural organizations provide welcoming spaces for our community, creating positive social impact. In a moment when the federal government is closing its doors on immigrants, on international allies, and on public funding for the arts, We in New York City are remain committed to what makes us great. Our doors are open, and we will always be the same welcoming New York City that people have been drawn to for centuries. We're a global city for culture, a sanctuary for creativity, and a place that believes in community power and support. Cultural organizations and arts workers are not just major economic drivers, they are the heart and soul of our communities, enriching our lives and showcasing our values. In the face of ongoing challenges, from the slow recovery of tourism to shifting federal policies, really the cuts and threats to federal funding, we must ensure that the arts and culture sector is fully supported. And as the chair of the Committee on Cultural Affairs, Libraries, International Intergroup Relations, I will continue to push for accountability and accuracy and ensure that the budget reflects the needs and interests of the city. It is essential that the budget that we adopt this year is transparent, accountable, and reflective of the priorities and interests of the council and the people that we represent. This hearing is a vital part of this process, and I expect that DCLA will be responsive to the questions and concerns of council members, and I look forward to an active engagement with the administration over the next few weeks to ensure the fiscal 2026 adopted budget meets the goals the council has set out. As we know, historic times call for historic investments. Thank you very much. I want to just recognize the members. I got it. All right. Let me just thank my staff for organizing today's hearing, including financial analyst Sandra Gray, committee counsel Christina Yalamati, legislative policy analyst Regina Paul, and of course my chief of staff Katie Loeb, and legislative director Eddie Amador. Thank you so much. Mr. Chair, back to you.
Thank you, Chair. We've been joined by council members Hudson, Lewis, Williams, Salam, and Brooks Powers. Just a reminder for folks that are here, we said you already. You've been here the whole time. Gail, we always count on you to be here. Councilmember Brewer is still here. For those of you who want to testify, after we take testimony and we question DCLA, we will do testimony from the public on libraries and the Cultural Affairs Committee. So just make sure you fill out one of those little slips in the back so we can call on you. I will now turn it over to Brian Sarfo, our committee counsel, to swear you in.
Good afternoon. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee and to respond honestly to council member questions? Commissioner Cumbo.
I do.
General Counsel Pallavi.
I do.
You may begin.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Rivera, Chair Brannon, and members of the committees. I am Lori Cumbo, Commissioner of the New York City Department of Cultural Affairs. I am here today to testify in regards to the best budget ever, also known as the Mayor's Fiscal Year 26 Executive Budget Proposal. Come on, this is the best budget ever. I am joined today by a number of my colleagues from the agency. I will begin today with a quick look at the amazing numbers in the Mayor's Fiscal Year 26 Executive Budget for DCLA. It includes $52 million for the Cultural Development Fund, $101 million for operating support for cultural institutions on city-owned property, $52.3 million for energy subsidies to groups on city-owned property, $8.2 million for agency staff and operations, and $1.7 million for Create NYC and other agency initiatives. If you don't have your calculator handy, that amounts to a grand total of $214.7 million for DCLA in the fiscal year 26 executive budget. And this biggest news of all, it includes $45 million in baseline funding for DCLA, $21.5 million for the cultural institution groups, and $23.5 million for the Cultural Development Fund. This is the first time that the agency's baseline has been significantly increased in more than a decade. This reflects a major long-term commitment to support our city's cultural community and a recognition of culture's essential role in making our city thrive, particularly at a time when our cultural community is facing so many urgent challenges. I'm proud to be serving as commissioner during the administration that has prioritized this historic commitment to our arts and culture community. At nearly $215 million, this is the largest amount included for DCLA in an executive budget proposal in history. By comparison, the executive budget at this same point in last year's budget process was $151 million, meaning this year's executive budget is a 42% increase over last year's. And as always, this figure does not include ending funding that is typically added at adoption, such as city council initiatives or member items. Starting from such a strong position, we look forward to working toward an adopted budget that continues to invest in and support our vibrant cultural sector at record levels. We are certainly looking forward to the City Council outdoing us this year. While initially added in the fiscal year 26 preliminary budget, another item included in the best budget ever is $3 million for the creation of up to 5 new members of the city's cultural institutions group. We are continuing to work closely with the organizations under consideration to see if the designation is the right fit to ensure their long-term stability and service to New Yorkers. While the CIG as a whole is the cornerstone of our city's cultural community, these new CIG members give us once-in-a-generation opportunity to foster greater equity in this important source of city support. We look forward to making announcements as we finalize the new groups in the near future. Now, I'd like to provide a few updates on the great work we're able to do with these historic investments in our cultural community. The process of distributing the fiscal year 26 Cultural Development Fund is already well underway. We released the applications for the next cycle the last week in March, well ahead of last year's schedule, and they were due May 8th. We appreciate the many council members who helped us spread the word about this year's opportunity, which each year supports nearly 1,100 organizations citywide. For the upcoming award cycle, we estimate that we'll convene more than CDF panels to review approximately 800 applications for support. We are actively recruiting panelists to support this process. It's a great paid opportunity to learn about the public funding process in depth, network with your peers, and give back to our city's cultural community. Please visit nyc.gov/CDF, apply to learn more. Again, that's nyc.gov/CDF, apply to learn more. And as you know, last year we brought back City Council representatives to participate in the CDF panel review process. No one knows your districts better than you, and we value you and your staff's insight and contributions to the process. Earlier this month, DCLA's programs unit collaborated with the council to host a webinar on the ins and outs of council participation on CDF panels. We appreciate your ongoing partnership and collaboration on this important program. And that came about as a result of our strong testimony here at City Hall, and we heard from you, our council colleagues. Just last week, New York Foundation for the Arts announced the recipients of the latest round of the Queens Art Fund, and the Brooklyn Arts Council announced grantees for the latest round of DCLA-funded regrants to artists and small arts groups. Together, these grant programs distributed more than $1 million to hundreds of artists and small arts groups across Brooklyn and Queens. These funding amounts include the 15% increase we added for the borough arts councils in our fiscal year 25 budget, an investment in the artists who live and work in our city. Our public art unit is also hard at work bringing remarkable works of art to civic spaces across the 5 boroughs. Together with EDC, we recently launched an open call for artists to serve as the design partner for the Chinatown Welcome Gateway, part of the Chinatown Connections Project. Manhattan's Chinatown is one of the city's most distinctive enclaves where generations of immigrants have come to make their homes and in the process contribute to our city's vibrant mix of communities and cultures. With the creation of the new Chinatown Welcome Gateway, this iconic New York City neighborhood will have the powerful symbol it deserves. Applications to the open call are due June 15th. Visit nyculture.submittable.com for details if you are watching from home. We've also got an active open call for artists to serve as our city's next public artist in residence. PAIR is DCLA's pioneering artist residency program, which places artists in residence with the New York City municipal agencies to address pressing civic and social challenges through creative practice. Artists and artist collectives are encouraged to apply to work with one of the 3 agencies participating in the 2025-26 PAIR program: the Mayor's Office of Housing Recovery Operations, the Mayor's Public Engagement Unit, and the New York City Department of Small Business Services. PAIR taps into artists' unique superpower, bringing creatives and public servants together to find new ways of approaching long-standing issues. Applications are due June 30th, and the selected pairs will be announced later this year. The open calls are also available on Submittable at nyc.submittable.com. While fiscal year 26 capital adds will not be included in the budget until adoption, that's not stopping us from moving forward on major capital and equipment projects across the city. Earlier in May, we celebrated the grand reopening of the New York Botanical Gardens Everett Children's Adventure Garden. The $8.5 million renovation project, which included $4 million in city support, is the first update to the beloved 12-acre space since it was created in 1998. Councilmember Rivera and Councilmember Hudson, you all are going to love this. The project ensures the Children's Garden can continue to accommodate large audiences, over 175,000 children and adults who visit each year, including 18,000 pre-K through 5th grade students. I was also delighted to join Councilmember Rivera, Powers, and Brewer in April to cut the ribbon on the multi-year $220 million renovation of the Frick Collection, marking the most comprehensive upgrade to the Frick since its opening in 1935. The project has restored the museum's historic first-floor galleries and created a new suite of galleries on the second floor of the original mansion, welcoming the public to experience these spaces for the very first time. Also in April, I joined the New York Historical, again with Councilmember Brewer. We've been hanging out a lot together, for the topping out ceremony of the Tang Wing for American Democracy, the future home of the American LGBTQ+ Museum. The city is honored to be a key partner in bringing this vision to life, having committed nearly $60 million to support this important project, which I've been a part of since I was on that side of the table. And we're proud to be stewarding the next generation of capital projects through our Capital Feasibility Planning CFP pilot program. CFP is an opportunity for small and mid-sized organizations who are considering construction, renovation, equipment, or other capital projects to take a deep dive into this major decision before they make it. In the 2 previous cycles of CFP, we've worked closely with organizations to strategize, plan, and think deeply about their needs and how a capital project could fit into their long-term goals. Some groups are able to hit the ground running on their expansion, renovation, or other big projects after coming out of CFP. Others decide that such a major undertaking doesn't actually align with their strategic goals or the timing isn't right. Regardless, CFP can help set up small and mid-sized cultural organizations for long-term sustainable success. The application for the next round of CFP is currently open. All eligible groups should have received an email from our capital unit. We'll be sending a reminder this week, so groups who are interested can keep an eye out for that. As always, our team at Materials for the Arts is doing the most to foster a cleaner, greener, more creative NYC. At the beginning of the month, MFTA welcomed 5 new emerging designers for MFTA's Young Designers program. Each designer started the program by creating an original look using materials sourced from MFTA that are now on display in the warehouse. Throughout the residency, the young designers will return regularly to gather materials, participate in educational excursions, focus on sustainability and fashion, and receive mentorship from MFTA's Designer in Residence and the BK Style Foundation team. Their final collections will debut at a runway show this September, presented in partnership with BK Style Foundation, and we hope you all will be participating in it this year. This year, MFTA has continued its MFTA After Hours Late Night Teacher Shopping Program. Launched in 2023, the Late Night Shopping Program extends MFTA's hours until 7 p.m. on a monthly basis to accommodate the schedules of educators during the school year. Thursday, June 5th will be the last day of late night teacher shopping for the school year. So educators, make sure to book your appointments at nyc.gov/MFTA. We've had over 200 appointments from schools during MFTA after hours this year, so the response to this initiative has been spectacular. MFTA is such a special place, providing free materials that make affordable, accessible arts programming happen in schools, not-for-profits, and other spaces across the city. I want to give a big shout out to the team that makes it all happen. Before closing, I want to recognize that our city's cultural sector is facing challenges on so many fronts. From uncertainty with federal and private funding, to changing audience habits, to rising costs, and so much more. We're proud of our historic investments, which will help our sector persist, thrive, and continue to bring amazing arts programming to New Yorkers. We couldn't do this without the partnership of so many, especially the City Council. I thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you have at this time on the best budget ever.
I didn't hear my name mentioned in the testimony. That's okay.
You got to invite me out.
Okay, let's jump right in. Sorry, we've also been joined by Councilmember Sanchez. Okay, so let's talk. All these hearings have been sort of, shadows been cast over them by the, cuts from the Trump administration. So does DCLA know how any of the city cultural organizations have been impacted by funding policies of the Trump administration? Are you hearing concerns from folks? Are they reaching out to you asking for contingency plans? What are you hearing on the ground?
According to an analysis by the city's independent budget office, 268 nonprofits in New York City received grants from the NEA, totaling more than $7.5 million in the current fiscal year. Another 27 groups got $6.7 million from IMLS. 35 groups got $8.9 million from the NEH. That's more than $23 million for hundreds of groups across the city, coming at such a precarious time. While we do not have an analysis of how many of these might be affected by the NEA's latest actions, we recognize that our cultural community is facing unprecedented challenges on a number of fronts. While the city can't address the sector's needs alone, we are proud of the $45 million in baseline funding we've provided in the executive budget, a major long-term investment in the sector. We've also put out a collection of resources for groups that receive notices of NEA grant terminations, so they have the info they need to submit appeals, find legal support if needed, and advocate for the value of culture here in New York City and across the country.
Are you aware of any cultural organizations that are in danger of closing because of elimination or reduction of federal funding?
Many organizations come to us through a program called Create in Place. This was an initiative that was set up in order to help sustain and support organizations during this time. So what I would say to that question is, we are consistently working, if you can also say triaging, with dozens of organizations to make sure that we help them and connect them to resources on the state level, with other foundations, other support partners that can help them navigate these very challenging times. But anyone can see when they're reading the papers that many organizations are facing layoffs, furloughs, terminations of positions, and it is inevitably a difficult and challenging time. Tourism levels that were rebounding are also starting to take a hit, as well as many of our partners in other cities and countries are not coming to the U.S. at the same frequency. So there's a lot to manage at this time, but I believe that the city's strong commitment through this executive budget signals to the community that we are here for them. We recognize that art and culture is the lifeline of the city of New York, and we're going to continue to support it.
And thank you. And how is DCLA addressing labor issues within the cultural sector? Fair pay, job security for artists and cultural workers?
We've had conversations with DC 37. We've had conversations to navigate some really challenging circumstances and situations that have arisen, particularly within our cultural institutions group. We've met with Deputy Mayor Adolfo Carrion. We've also brought these challenges that the cultural community is facing as a result of labor negotiations and contracts. So it's something that we are actively working on in terms of making sure that we are providing long-term solutions to really make sure that we don't find ourselves in the same positions that we found ourselves in this year, particularly when labor negotiation contracts are negotiated. We want to make sure that we are working more in tandem to make sure that there is a support mechanism when those increases happen.
We'll talk about head count. So DCLA's FY26 budget provides for 58 full-time positions across all divisions, but that's actually 2 less positions from the head count in FY25. Could you tell us what positions were eliminated and why?
So last year, DCLA committed to hiring more staff, but the agency is still below its budgeted head count.
What is your budgeted head count right now?
Our budgeted head count at this time is...
Councilmember Brannon, for FY25, our budgeted head count is still 60 full-time positions and 10 full-time vacancies. For FY26 and the out years, the head count is 58, and that's because of 2 federal FEMA positions.
Okay, so the 2 that were eliminated were federally funded.
Exactly.
Now, did you eliminate those sort of preemptively, or are they no longer funded, or what's the story there?
No, one of them is an active opening that's posted on the City Jobs website that we're actively trying not.
And what positions are those that are funded by FEMA?
We have, we had one FEMA expert who sat within the agency to help arts and culture organizations that were making FEMA claims as a result of Sandy and Amelia and storms to help them get FEMA claims.
That's great. Okay.
Yeah.
So what are your current vacancies there right now?
Our current vacancies that we're hiring for are our chief of staff position and the FEMA position.
So it's just 2?
Correct.
Just those 2 spots? Okay. And you having any challenges filling those? How long have you been looking?
No, we're not having challenges. We have strong applicants for both positions. We've actively been interviewing for both positions, and we hope to be able to make an announcement about hiring for both as quickly as possible.
Okay. All right, I just want to ask about the capital commitment plan. DCLA's 5-year capital commitment plan for FY25 to 29 is $1.2 billion. It's almost a 6.5% decrease when compared to the preliminary plan. Could you tell us what projects have been delayed and pushed out to the out years? And I assume there's not one general reason for the project delays. Could you talk maybe about some of the common reasons why these projects get pushed out?
If you can start that, I'm not as aware of delays that you're referring to in the way that you're referring to delays. Our projects are on track. Some projects take longer than other projects to either put a shovel in the ground or to complete. Lance can probably give you a bit more detail on those projects that you may potentially be referring to.
I would say there are no particular delays that we want to highlight today. In general, the city capital process is one that takes a lot of time and that has a lot of safeguards, and in large part, that's because it's funded by municipal bonds, and we take that responsibility very seriously, as do our 2 construction agency partners, the Department of Design and Construction and the Economic Development Corporation. So we don't manage any active capital construction. We're a funding agency that then partners with one of those 2 agencies to execute the projects. And we're proud of the work that we do with those agencies. We know that these projects can take time, but we also know that these city investments can make an enormous difference for a cultural organization that would otherwise be unable to fundraise.
I guess we're just trying to understand why there's a $1.2 billion decrease from January's preliminary plan.
We'll take a look and get back to you, Councilmember.
Okay. Okay, Chair Rivera, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you both for being here. As you know, the council called on the administration in its budget response to include $45 million baseline starting in fiscal 2026, but the budget does not include the additional $30 million that we also asked for. Has DCLA had discussions with OMB regarding the additional $30 million for the SIGs and CDFs?
We have not had additional conversations following the announcement of the additional $45 million that came in for art and culture. Usually as part of the negotiation process, we partner with the City Council, and there's an anticipation that the administration will provide a level of support, and that also the council would match that level of support in some way, either through council funding, initiatives, or member items. So we are actively looking for that partnership to continue and remain, because it's really critical for organizations to feel that baseline increase through the partnership with the City Council.
So you're saying that $30 million will not be included in the final budget? Are you still considering it? Why wasn't it included in the executive plan?
We are so proud of the fact that the FY26 executive budget included a $45 million baseline increase for New York City arts and culture. And that was something that only happened because of the groundswell of support from the more than 1,000 organizations that receive CDF funding every year, our 34 CIGs that spoke with one voice so clearly that the #1 priority this year was a meaningful and significant baseline increase. And we are so proud that that was included in the executive budget. The budget dance is not done. It continues through the end of June, and we look forward to ongoing engagement with our arts and culture partners and conversations with council and the administration to arrive at the final budget, which we know will be the best budget ever.
And we certainly didn't want the City Council to feel left out of such a historic investment in art and culture. So we have left a place for you in order to contribute to the best budget ever, and wanted you to
Thank you.
certainly feel included.
Wow, thank you so much. You know, when you dance, you should stretch, just in case your partner gives you the runaround.
But you've got to have a partner.
Right. So how is DCLA, actually, how will the additional $45 million be split between the CDF groups and the SIGs? How will the SIG portion be split between the 34 SIGs?
The SIG portion is $21.5 million, and that baseline increase is going to go to all 34 of the CIGs. It's going to be split the way that their funding is typically split. What it really does is it gives those 34 institutions the ability to plan long-term for that increase instead of having to rely on one-time adds at adoption each and every year, and that's why it was so important.
Okay. I know you had somewhat of a breakdown in your testimony, which I appreciated the detail that you gave, Commissioner. In terms of capital equity, how is DCLA prioritizing capital project spending to address the projects that have been identified as urgent matters and may require more capital funding?
Can you repeat the question, Councilmember?
Yeah, of course, of course. How is DCLA prioritizing capital project spending to address the projects that have been identified as urgent matters and may require more capital funding?
So in our capital process, particularly during this really challenging economic time, we look at projects that are already in the pipeline, projects that have gone through our process and they are near completion, but have been undergoing a process where each year they call what's known as banking, where they have the ability to roll over funding year after fiscal year in order to achieve their capital funding goals. So we start there, And then we go into the list in terms of recognizing that there are organizations that are already in process, and we want to make sure that we continue to support them. We also want to make sure that we help organizations complete process. So we want to make sure that we put funding there. And then there are also capital requests that are very instrumental to the daily operations of the organizations, such as boilers, roof repair, elevators, lighting systems, situations or circumstances that are critical to the viability of the organization. Projects that will make the institution more accessible are certainly critical. And then after that process, we do look at new building, new construction, new ideas that are being put forth to see how we can prioritize those organizations. And so we do a comprehensive review of organizations that are banking, organizations that are near completion, organizations that have critical needs, and then we culminate with organizations that have new ideas and new projects that they want to bring to the fold. And we have to do an assessment, as we do with every project, to make sure that new organizations or organizations that are looking to do a very large capital project have the ability to complete said project, particularly during this time.
Understood. And I know that you all have a great relationship with many of these organizations, and they let you know what's coming or what's been delayed. You know, in terms of the CDF fund, that's something that I know you all take a lot of pride in. The deadline was May 8th. I think you mentioned there were 800 applicants.
Approximately.
Okay, great. What is the goal for the number of organizations to receive grants, and how is DCLA ensuring transparency and fairness in the panel review process?
Well, I thank you so much for that question, because the CDF process is certainly the cornerstone of our agency. And so I want to begin really by saying that one of the things that we have done to make this program more accessible is the partnership with the City Council for both getting the word out about the fact that getting the word out, the fact that the application is coming up, doing webinars within the agency to help organizations prepare for it, but you all sending it out in your newsletters, at your community board meetings, informing people of two things. One, that this application due date is approaching, which is now passed, but also the ability to promote for panelists. And getting into your districts is so important for ensuring that we have diversity in our panels, but also diversity in the organizations that are applying to this process. And so having 51 members as champions and ambassadors, and also bringing those said council members and their staff into the reviewing panel process has created a level of equity that has been really extraordinary for the agency in terms of having that level of diversity. So we certainly thank all of you for your support in that. Lance, did you want to add to that as well?
Councilmember Rivera, do you have more that you were hoping to hear about the CDF process?
I know you're always looking to include more people on, like, in terms of the diversity on the panels. It's really the process ensuring transparency and fairness. I know we're working on improving the process, the timeline, so I really appreciate the commissioner's response. I guess my follow-up question to that, in terms of our communities and historically underserved populations and areas, did DCLA allocate additional funding to organizations that are led by or serve BIPOC communities, low-income communities, LGBTQIA communities, and other historically marginalized communities? And if so, can you produce a breakdown of which groups received additional funding and the difference in award amount for these groups, or is this something that you're planning?
We did not quantify the organizations in that way by the criteria that you just discussed. we created something called the CDF Equity Fund. And through this fund, 264 organizations operating in areas of New York City with the lowest median incomes and highest poverty rates received a total of $2 million in additional funding on top of their CDF awards. So we actually looked at this and said, how can we get funding into the lowest median incomes and highest poverty rates? And that was the criteria that we looked at in terms of bringing support that has been not as deeply invested in those communities systemically for generations. So we wanted to change that. Eligibility for the CDF includes whether additional funds would provide critical support for arts or cultural organizations serving vulnerable populations of the city with fewer community resources.
I'd also note that we brought back the Language Access Fund this year and the Disability Forward Fund this year, both of which in FY25 helped to support organizations that were targeting the types of programs that I think you're really driving at.
And I know you're always looking to grow. I mean, ideally, that's what we would want, expansion. I know we're expanding the number of cultural institution groups there are. The preliminary plan included $3 million in baseline funding for new SIGs. You mentioned in your testimony, you really have to see if the designation is the right fit. Have the new SIGs been determined? And if so, which institutions are they in which boroughs?
I'm excited about that question. I wish I could give you the announcement that we're all waiting with pins and needles on to announce who those organizations are. But at this time,
you're close.
We're close.
Okay.
We're really close. We're so close. But it's going to be potentially 5 organizations, one from each borough. We wanted to make sure that we prioritized organizations that are on city-owned property, which is a criteria to making sure that we can support these organizations. But also we wanted to bring it to all 5 boroughs and communities that have typically been underserved and under-resourced, similar to the Equity Fund, but in a different way. So we wanted to make sure that the organizations were on city-owned property, that it was a good fit for the organization, understanding the financial viability of the organization. And so it's a really intensive process in terms of determining whether CIG status is a right fit for the city and the organization, because there are many factors that could come into play in terms of ownership of the property. Do organizations want to work with the city in that way? Many organizations have really expansive portfolios where they own properties all across the city. Some are leased, some are owned, some are rented. So there are a lot of complexities that go into determining if an organization is a right fit for the cultural institution group. And so we are continuing to undergo that vetting process. We're really excited about it. There hasn't been an increase of the cultural institution group of this magnitude in over 30 years. So we're really excited to continue to make history, along with the expansion of the baseline budget, the expansion of the cultural institution groups, as well as an increase to our local arts councils by 15%.
Thank you for that, and I appreciate you always recognizing when people are kind of first to do something. And you've mentioned my own position, so I always appreciate you. And there's just one last question, because I know my colleagues have them. There's no doubt New York's the culture capital of the world. You are an incredible cheerleader and champion of that. Yet, according to the cultural community, many artists and cultural workers are leaving New York due to lack of work or affordable housing. I know Chair Brandon mentioned the labor shortages and the challenges in the creative economy. With artists leaving, we are risking not only a loss of culture, but also a loss of economic opportunity. And I know you and I have talked about housing specifically and how desperately we need that here. How can DCLA support artists and cultural workers to ensure that they do not have to leave New York City? And is housing for those artists in practice, because I know there are some legal questions there, something your agency can support?
I'll start with this. I know you have a lot to add on this as well, Lance. What I'm really excited about is for the first time, we've delivered a 15% increase to all 5 local arts councils in New York City. And that is substantial. It's going to allow for many of the artists of New York City to receive grants, but also the support that comes with a grant that's being received by an artist that's a part of our local arts councils. But something that I'm also really excited about is the mayor's announcement about After School for All. This is a $330 million investment in After School for All, and arts and culture are going to be a huge part of that initiative. We're meeting with Commissioner Howard in the days to come, and we are going to discuss how we are going to prioritize our teaching artists, our arts organizations to be a part of this, because this type of initiative would give what many artists need, which is sustainable income, where they're able to demonstrate that they have a work history that is very important for when you're applying to affordable housing lotteries and otherwise. So we want to make sure that we are providing real employment that has a continuous and ability to have pay stubs and all of those types of dynamics that are on a regular basis that are going to help the arts community on so many levels. There are also projects that we've been piloting, like the National Black Theater, which is an arts and housing project that is going to show how artist housing can coexist with cultural spaces. We're looking to do that, as well as the Bedford Union Armory project. Now the Major Owens Health and Wellness Center is another project where you have cultural space as well as deeply affordable housing for the individuals of New York City. But I tell you, it's something that I want to continue to crack the code on in terms of how we really create deeply affordable artist housing and workspace in New York City. But these are some of the measures through the increase of the arts councils. Want to see more of that, and we can do that on partnership with the city council as well as with private partnerships. But I also want to make sure that we ensure that the arts community are at the forefront for the After School for All initiative.
Okay, now we have questions from Council Member Brewer, followed by Salam.
Thank you very much. Just in terms of that $30 million that we still want, I mean, if you have $23 million cut to the groups, and they've all been calling me and calling you, you know, 65, 10 there, 65 there, it's a lot for these small groups. Plus, the tourism is way down from being responsible for both. So, I mean, how can you not say that we don't need? I know there's a budget dance, I've seen it before, but I do think you should be advocating, even though 45 based is terrific, they're really hurting. They're really hurting. Plus, I know we're all working with MOCs to improve the city flow of dollars, but that's slow because of all the MOCs, blah, blah, blah issues.
Right.
I think your groups are in trouble. I'm real trouble. And so I'm just wondering what else besides the 45 million, and I understand the after-school programs, but that 30 million is really needed now. Can you respond to that?
I would say, again, the continuous partnership with the City Council has always been the way that we have achieved sustainability for the arts and cultural community. Without that partnership, we're not able to provide the level of support that is so critical and is so needed. So, as we've always done, we're certainly going to need the council's support to match this historic victory for the arts and cultural community. So we're going to be, again, looking at art and culture support from the City Council, but also we're really excited about the arts and education funding that the mayor placed in the budget as well. And that is going to be critical in terms of also providing artist support, teaching artist support within the budget.
All right, so just so you know, we're really concerned about the groups, and 30 million, I'll just say it again, is desperately needed. Number two, we wrote you a letter about Sukasa. We love Sukasa. We appreciate your support. But we need to have earlier Sukasa decision-making, because what happens is it's so late. I mean, the City Council, too, needs to improve its decision-making about Sukasa. But I wanted to know that you would be part of an earlier process. It's hard on Lower Manhattan CC, and it's hard on the groups because they don't get their funding till too late, and then they don't have much time to do their process. So can you comment on how we can improve the SUCASA process?
Thanks so much, Councilmember Brewer. I wanted to let you know that the Department of Cultural Affairs and Council of Finance have already been in touch about how to improve all of the council initiatives and to make sure that our partnership is as successful as possible. And it does really, in fact, take a partnership both with our agency stepping up to the plate and the council making the designations as early in the cycle as possible. I think with this open line of communication between Cultural Affairs and Council of Finance, that we're going to be able to get things in a really good place going forward.
All right, so SUCASA can be announced like in the summer and not until the fall. Is that what you're trying to tell me in English?
I'm not committing to a particular schedule, but I'm saying that ongoing communication, dialogue, and partnership.
All right, but we need to make it sooner. I'm not good on the hyperboles.
Let me just say this, Councilmember Brewer, on that. My dream of all dreams, and it was the dream when I was in the city council, is the close of the budget, latest June 30th.
Correct.
If all the city council members would make their SUCASA, CASA, Art as a Catalyst for Change, Theaters of Color, Art Immigration. If you did it all at one time, you can't imagine how powerfully we would be able to get that money processed and out the door. But when on the council side, the allocations or the designations come in October, they come in December, and they
I will
come in
work to
ribbon
make sure.
drops.
Mine is ready, but I'll try to
I
make
know
sure
yours
that-
is ready.
Mine is ready, but I'll try to make sure that my colleagues.
If
also-
anybody could do it, it's you.
I will try. Next is SIGs. Are there new SIGs? Are they announced? What's going on?
The new SIGs have not been announced because we want to continue with the vetting process to make sure that this is the right fit and the right designation for each of the organizations. We would be irresponsible to announce who they are while they're going through the vetting, and let's say for whatever reason, the vetting process determines that they are not eligible. It would be a big disappointment to their community, their supporters, and their organization.
How many SIGs? I understand this is a good thing that you're doing, but there are still SIGs, or I should say potential SIGs, on city property who are not on the list because there's not enough money. Do you know how many? I mean, I love my South Street Seaport as an example, museum. Not on the list, probably. Is on city land, however. So do you know how many are on city land that, for whatever funding reasons, can't be considered?
It's less than a dozen.
Less than a dozen, okay. So we still need money for them.
That's right.
Okay. I appreciate there's more money for the, I call LMCC in Manhattan, but for the others. But I don't think it's enough. They really need more money to manage all of these agencies that they're trying to manage.
That's right.
What have they asked for? I know you just said 3%, but what have they asked for? What do you think they really need to do the managing? Because they do feel that they can't manage with what they are being allocated.
That increase was actually 15%, not
Okay.
3%.
Okay.
So I want to just
All right, that's
pat myself on the back about that. And I just want to say clearly that we are very focused on our local arts councils. We are meeting with them. We just had a convening at Governor's Island with all 5 of the local arts councils to discuss how do we strengthen and pool our resources to better serve the field. There were foundations that were there. There were public and private partnerships and individuals who recognized the power of the arts councils unifying, and we are going to continue to support them. And I'm confident that this partnership of the local arts councils is going to render very strong and powerful results for the city of New York culturally.
I appreciate that. We all love New Heritage Theater. You know how much I love them.
I know you do.
Yes, I do. So they need $5 million to purchase a building. Can they get $5 million from DCLA to purchase a building? That's a pretty good price in Harlem.
It is an excellent price. However, we are working with both organizations. The New York City Department of Cultural Affairs does not administer capital dollars for the purposes of acquisition. We've also looked on the partnerships with the New York State Council on the Arts as well as DASNY, and it looks as if acquisition can't be utilized for acquisition. Capital dollars cannot be used for acquisition on the state level either. So we're trying to figure out other resources to help them, potentially private resources, where once they receive those private dollars, that we're then able to match that with the build out and the fit out, the FF&E for their particular spaces. So our job is typically not in the business of acquisition of spaces.
Okay, we need them. We need
We
$5 million.
certainly need
I don't
them.
care how we get it.
That's right.
Finally, on the schools, the blueprint, I always talk about the fact that even though we hope that there is cultural in the schools, and I appreciate the after-school efforts, is there any sort of tallying by cultural affairs as to what does go on in the schools? Because I do feel that there's not enough cultural in the schools. I think you agree. But how we keep tabs on what they are or not doing?
I would say that the best way to get that answer would be for the blueprint that the art study that comes out every year with Paul Thompson in the Department of Education Arts and Ed office. They do an annual event each year where they publish a report discussing the very question that you're asking in terms of how do we keep a tally of where artists are in the schools, where organizations are in the schools, who has after school, who doesn't have after school, where there are cultural deserts, and that is a really powerful tool for us to understand where we need to focus our dollars.
All right, but do you look at it to say that they should be doing more because they should be doing more?
We can always do more with more.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Brewer. I feel like I have arrived. I've been grilled by Councilmember Brewer. All right.
Okay, we have questions from Councilmember Salam, followed by Lewis.
Good afternoon, and thank you for your testimony.
Thank you so much. It was very good seeing you at the Westchester Links Luncheon Awards ceremony.
You as well. Always great to see you.
Always
I
great
am
to see
actually
you.
just writing down the last thing that you just said. We can always do more with more.
That's right.
That should be put on a shirt. I want to talk about real quick the support for the Studio Museum of Harlem. The Studio Museum of Harlem sees a projected budget decrease of nearly $70,000 from fiscal year 2025 to fiscal year 2026. And I wanted to know what explains this reduction and what steps are being taken to ensure the stability of one of Harlem's flagship cultural institutions.
I will have to look further into your question because the Studio Museum in Harlem is part of the Cultural Institutions Group, and they receive a baseline award that is continuous year after year without reduction. So perhaps General Counsel Pahlavi can expand on that.
I think the issue is that we're comparing the FY25 actuals to the FY26 executive budget, which doesn't yet include member items, one-time ads at adoption. They should not be receiving a $60,000 reduction in expense funding.
Gotcha. We'll definitely follow up. And lastly, vacancy rates and staffing capacity. The department has a vacancy rate of 17.6% as of March 2025. Does this staffing shortage impact the agency's ability to work closely with Harlem-based institutions and applicants, particularly when navigating application and compliance processes for CDF funding?
We have 2 vacancies, and so we are actively interviewing for those 2 vacancies within our office. They say you should take a long time to hire. So I'm in the very long time to hire because we want to check references. We want to make sure that this is a good fit. So I want to make sure that we do our due diligence and make the right hires. We are thrilled with our recent hire for the CDF process. Audrey St. Clair has recently come on to make sure that we have a robust CDF process, and we're really happy with that experience of working with her. But I would say in terms of our ability to work with Harlem organizations, we are actively in communication and helping to deliver really great projects in Harlem, such as the National Black Theater, which has been a grant recipient both on the CDF as well as the capital side. We have just continued to provide support for the Studio Museum in Harlem and also to help them to assist with the opening of their building. We are also working with the Apollo and making sure that we complete the renovation project that's really exciting that's happening. My goal is to complete for the first time the Center of the Africa Center project that has been delayed on Fifth Avenue for quite some time. So we've invested an extraordinary amount of capital dollars to complete that project. I just met with, as you know, Mama Foundation. I did a walking tour with Vi Higginson just last week, touring the 5-story building and seeing all of the great work that they're doing. So we are active on the ground in Harlem, making sure that the organizations that call Harlem home are well supported, well funded, and I'm excited when all of these organizations within the next year are going to begin to open their doors.
Thank you for that. Just one last question on anti-gun violence initiatives and cultural immigrant initiatives. How many Harlem organizations are receiving funding through these initiatives, and how is DCLA tracking their impact in neighborhoods disproportionately affected by gun violence and immigration challenges?
That's an excellent question. To get those exact numbers, I would have to get back to you to understand how those initiatives are impacting your district. But I will say, as I have to pat myself on the back one more time, when I was in the City Council, I created the Art as a Catalyst for Change initiative, and that initiative was designed to place an artist residency program in areas most impacted by gun violence. And the goal of that initiative was to partner with the Mayor's Office to End Gun Violence, which is also legislation that I passed when I was in the council, to make sure that those two dynamics work in tandem so that we have an artistic and cultural component to solving the issues of gun violence in our communities. But I will say, while those initiatives are really powerful and important in navigating issues of gun violence in our communities, we can't underestimate the power of summer youth employment opportunities, which this council, in partnership with the mayor, have expanded. When I was sitting on that side of the table, there were only 25,000 young people receiving a summer youth employment opportunity. That number with your partnership is now up to 100,000. So that's really powerful, and we can't underestimate that. And just want to add that this after-school program for all, After School for All, is going to really impact the safety of our communities on so many levels when we're able to really provide full academic, cultural, athletic opportunities for every young child in our school system. Our young people shouldn't have to choose which school they're going to go to based off of who has aftercare and who doesn't have aftercare. Those are really hard decisions for a parent to make. So I want to make sure that, we don't underestimate those initiatives, but they are critical in solving these really, really important issues in our community.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairs.
Councilmember Lewis.
Thank you, Chair. And good to see you, Commissioner and Lance.
Good to see you, and I want to thank you again for the opportunity to serve in your Women's History Month event.
Oh, yes.
Always a big success at the Brooklyn Children's Museum.
We enjoyed you and your outfit.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming by. Two quick questions. One of them, Chair Rivera shared, so I'll rearrange it. But will DCLA allocate a portion of FY26 funds specifically towards technical assistance, multilingual outreach, and application support for emerging and grassroots cultural groups in the FY26 budget? And the second one is, and Chair Rivera mentioned it, the City Council is supporting DCLA with sharing information with our constituents and cultural groups, but given ongoing feedback about inadequate awareness of deadlines and eligibility requirements, have you all thought about, with the FY26 funds that you'll receive, will DCLA establish a year-round community-based engagement plan to democratize access to funding?
Spoken like the council member who created the Office of Not-for-Profit Services. That is an excellent question. We do extensive webinars to make sure that our applicants are ready and on board and prepared to apply. We also have an entire process once the application is launched, during the application process, and afterwards, making sure that organizations understand exactly how to apply to CDF, what to do while they're applying, and whether they did or did not get the grant. We actually do really intensive interviews with applicants so that they can understand where they might not have met the benchmark in order to apply for the following year. So that's one. Our technical service is not built out the way that you're saying it or asking. It's more just a part of the entire process. We make sure that that happens. We do extensive outreach. Our new programs assistant commissioner, Audrey St. Clair, has been out in the field, which is a really big and new dynamic where she's going in person to meet with arts organizations and to meet with groups that work collaboratively together and alliances. So we're really very proud of that. Lance, did you want to add something to that?
The last thing I'd say is that this year we worked very closely with the council to put together a toolkit of resources for groups that may want to apply to CDF. And so our office put that together, we shared it with the council, and the council then shared it with all members so that members could get those materials into the hands of the groups in your districts, and that you could include it in your newsletters, and all of the other ways that you communicate directly with your constituents. So we think that this is really important, and I want to just highlight what the commissioner said, that our assistant commissioner is getting her team out into communities this year to speak directly with organizations to do exactly what you're proposing. So we are very much on the same page and want to collaborate on doing that effectively. And this toolkit that we've put together and shared with the council is another good way to do that, because we can't get into all 51 council districts, but we know that you guys have all the right contacts and the right people to be communicating with so that you can take that toolkit of information and share it with all of them.
The toolkit was definitely helpful, so look forward to doing that again. So Ms. St. Clair would be the point person to work on. Okay, thank you.
And just want to add, we have met with the Office of Not-for-Profit Services and are looking forward to doing some collaborations there as well. So thank you so much for authoring that.
Yes.
That office is really critical to city services and making sure that we are getting funding out the door in a timely fashion.
Thank you. Thank you, chairs.
Did you read that?
So one more question about, in the recent arts and education oversight, the agency stated that more than 420 CDF grantees proposed arts education projects throughout the 5 boroughs. Do you foresee any shortfalls in the CDF's continuous participation in arts education?
Our agency operates on a panel review process. And so we're not able to, in many ways, to make designations based off of key priorities. It would have to be that organizations come to us and they propose a project or a specific interest that they have in fulfilling said project, and we fund based on that. But we don't have a criteria to say that we're going to fund X amount of arts and education grants or X amount of community-based grants or X amount in that way. It's more so something that comes about as organizations come forward and say this is something that they're interested in, that they want to support, and the panel would read that application and make a designation in that way.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that answer. Thank you to both of you. I'm going to ask one more question, okay? Despite the end of COVID, the city's cultural institutions are still feeling the impacts of the pandemic. You know, with attendance, it just hasn't rebounded to the pre-pandemic levels.
That's right.
And many organizations are seeing a slowing in their fundraising efforts. You know, being phrases that are being used as philanthropic retreat. It's quite scary. Even some larger cultural organizations are feeling this pressure. Many cultural institutions are facing a dire financial situation, with some organizations being forced to lay off staff and cut down on programming or operating hours. With the council's expected assistance, as you laid out, will an additional $45 million be enough to sustain the cultural community and to help them recover from the impacts of COVID, or is more needed?
$45 million is only enough with the support and partnership of the City Council. So if we have the level of support that the council has previously provided, and then some, then we can work collaboratively and collectively to make sure that we provide the level of support to sustain our organizations during this really challenging time. So your partnership, again, is going to be critical to making sure that we're able to provide the cultural and financial health for our sector.
And that partnership goes beyond just funding. We spoke about this topic at one of our prior hearings, and I think that the hearing really brought out just how dire this financial time is for organizations in arts and culture. So since that hearing, what the commissioner has done is you participated in a convening that the commissioner put together of all of the leaders in government, arts, and culture across the state and the city to make sure that everyone is on the same page, knows just how difficult this time is, and is trying to start rowing in the same direction to work collaboratively to help solve this problem. Another thing that the commissioner has done that we promised at that hearing is that she has started speaking to foundation leaders to try and better understand what is going on with funders and what is this, as you called it, the philanthropic retreat from arts and culture. And we're starting to get some answers about why that might be happening and where those dollars may be going instead. But we are committed to helping the arts and culture sector to understand this problem, to get our arms around it, to get that information out to the groups, and to be working as closely as possible with all of our government partners, because only working together as a team can we solve this problem.
And I'm glad you brought up the call. You know, I realized that we need the state as well. And so at that point, they had not passed the budget. So we're really looking to figure out how we address the gaps and the shortfalls. So I appreciate your partnership and the questions. I know there's going to be testimony from our partners and allies, and looking forward to the next few weeks. Chair Brennan?
Thank you, Commissioner. We care very much about arts and culture in this council, and we will do everything we can to deliver the best budget ever on our side.
I feel very confident with that closing statement. I think I can rest well tonight knowing that I've heard it from you and I've heard it from our chair, and I am so happy that you were able to participate in that meeting with our city and state cultural leaders on the state level in the Assembly and the Senate, with NISCA and ourselves, and those sorts of collaborations are what's going to keep us whole during this really trying time.
Cool. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to take a half-hour break. We can't start, public is not supposed to start till 2 o'clock. We really can't start it early. So we're going to reconvene in about a half hour. Thank you.
Hi, attention, folks. We're actually going to start the public session in about 15 minutes. So see you then.
First of all, the one that took place, I guess, like days ago on a Saturday night, owned by a guy named Joseph Columbus. I know him. And his killed, but badly hurt that Chihuahua. And but the problem is there has to be a state. There's no city or state law. It has to be state that a dog on dog is illegal. Dog bit you or bit me, that would be, criminal. Or if I or you maltreated a dog, then we'd end up in the court. But so there's a state law now pending, dog on dog. Those two pit bulls, these two, we found. So we had another woman who came. I had 500 people at the meeting. She said my dog was hurt. We couldn't find it. We finally found the police report in Central Park. Her dog was killed by those two dogs. But again, it's not illegal. So even if they killed the dog. However, this bill in Albany may eventually pass. But meanwhile, I'm trying to get these two pit bulls off the street. But there's nothing to hold. The Department of Health, PD lawyers are all working to try to find if there's a loophole that we could send the dogs to the ACC, whatever it's called, Animal Control Center. So just so you know, that's where, they're not anything. Let's see, maybe if this law in Albany passes, it may be something to do with it. Now I'm just funny you should say it, because now I'm swamped. Just got one right now. Some guy is walking his kid to school, and there was somebody, a pit bull who lunged at the kid, didn't hurt him. The people, I'm a little scared. I'm not scared of anything, but pit bulls, I have a little. Some of them are well trained, but I must admit, I'm a little. I always stay away. I kind of walk away. My upstairs neighbor years ago, he had pit bulls. And I used to, when I would come down, if he was in the elevator, and I loved him, but I would not get in that elevator, I must admit. Very strong. So anyway, I had no idea it was not, I thought it was illegal to kill a dog by another dog, but it's not. That's where we're at. But it has to be done by the state, as you probably know. Preemption. To here with dogs, yeah. Have pit bulls in your area where you live? I see them, I must admit. Yeah, I must admit, I sometimes cross the street or something. I feel bad because some of them are fine. I know, pit bulls, maybe because I had the experience with my upstairs neighbor. Woo! They were big, heavy. Have a dog? Do you have a dog? I love dogs. Oh my God, yeah. Well, they're so cute. I couldn't watch it. That's the issue. If the cops looked at this between you and I, the cops looked at it. They watched it because of all this hoopla. And they felt between you and I that the wild war shouldn't have come so near to the. So you're on the same side because, if I had a dog and sometimes I borrow my friend's dog, I would see those two pit bulls, I would go somewhere else. So I don't know, of course, the lady who owns the Chihuahua, she's very outspoken. She thinks that they lunged at her little dog. The cops don't think so. Oh. Right. Meanwhile, that dog is covered in bandages now. Oh, God. But he's alive, or she's alive. Thank you for being concerned. few more minutes. Yeah, it's at 93. Thank you.
May I have your attention, please? Shh, keep it on, keep it on. Thank you. Please have your seat. We are about to start. Please have your seat. Settle down, please. Thank you. And if you have not yet filled out an appearance slip and you need to testify, please fill out an appearance slip. Shh, keep it on, please, folks. Please keep it on. Thank you. Thank you.
Can we close those doors back there, please?
Okay. We're now going to open up this hearing for public testimony. I just need to remind members of the public that this is a formal government proceeding and that decorum shall be observed at all times. As such, members of the public shall remain silent unless, of course, you're testifying. The witness table is reserved only for those who are testifying. No video recording or photography is allowed from the witness table. Members of the public may not present audio or video recordings as testimony, but you can submit transcripts of such to the Sergeant-at-Arms for inclusion in the final official hearing record. If you wish to speak at today's hearing, make sure you fill out one of these little appearance slips. They're at the back table with the Sergeant-at-Arms, and then just wait for us to call you. Once you're recognized, you'll have 2 minutes to speak on today's hearing topics, either the library's budget or the DCLA budget. If you have a written statement or any additional testimony you want to submit, just provide a copy of that testimony to the Sergeant-at-Arms, and they'll bring it up to us. I will now call the first panel. We have Catherine Carey, John Hyslop, and George Olkin. Okay, no worries. You want to start, John?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairs Brennan and Rivera, and committee members. Thank you for giving us this opportunity to testify on behalf of the nearly 4,000 public library workers we represent. We cannot thank the Council enough for their unwavering support of their libraries. Under the leadership of Speaker Adams, our union members know that New York City's public libraries will receive council funding. We must also thank Mayor Adams for adding money to the library's budgets. Without that financial commitment, our financial situation would be even more dire. And yet this is our problem. Our financial situation remains dire. The mayor's proposed executive budget for FY26 remains the same as FY25 and is only for 1 year. In our testimony in March, we explained the invaluable services we provide and how libraries' inconsistent funding has impacted those services. Right now, we do not have enough funding to adequately staff for 6-day service. Right now, children's programs do not happen because we do not have enough staff. Right now, branches do not have enough custodians to adequately clean them. This understaffing is the result of every mayor's inconsistent and inadequate funding of libraries. Compounding this understaffing is New York City's high cost of living that crushes our members, forcing library workers to work multiple jobs and overtime and never feel financial security. Many leave the library and the profession because they cannot afford to work on such low salaries. This is devastating to many of us because our library work is so rewarding. Our members are rewarded with engagements we have with our patrons and colleagues. A children's librarian sees the joy on the faces of children at toddler time. An adult reference librarian engages with an avid reader on their favorite authors. Our branch's neighbors help the custodian clean up the sidewalk. A clerical supervisor is thrilled to see their former page and mentee after they graduate from college. Those rewards only happen at our library branches. When a mayor inconsistently underfunds our libraries, our members suffer and our patrons, your constituents, lose. The mayor's proposed executive budget keeps our budget flat while costs are going up and is not baselined. Our members will continue to suffer under New York City's unaffordability crisis and libraries' understaffing, and this does not need to happen. Our elected officials have the ability to consistently and adequately fund our libraries for us to plan our future and pay our members a living wage. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Chairs Rivera and Brannon. Thank you to the committee members. I'm George Olkin, the president of Local 1482, the Brooklyn Public Library Workers Union. And I'm going to speak to a particular situation in Brooklyn. So as John mentioned, public libraries are understaffed and underpaid, and library workers are underpaid. Based on economic contracts negotiated by DC 37 in the city, OLR issues pay orders that lay out minimum salaries for each city title. I'm a bookmobile driver. My city title is Office Associate Level 2. And so the current minimum incumbent rate for my title is $49,014. And that's exactly what I'm paid by BPL. After years of members raising concerns about irregularities, our local found that nearly 200 union workers at BPL have been systematically underpaid, paid below the contractual minimums for decades. We filed a grievance in 2023 and a second grievance in 2024 on behalf of workers in affected clerical and custodial titles. The library argued that the current method is how salaries have always been calculated. It's still incorrect, and they've been working with us to fix it. Unintentional as it may be, underpayment has dire consequences. It changes the course of lives. I spoke to one member who was denied a home loan because their income was just below the eligibility threshold. That member is underpaid by $3,000. As you can imagine, members are frustrated at the slow pace of negotiations. Altogether, we're talking about more than $250,000 in total underpayment across these workers. We're confident that salaries will be corrected before the end of the fiscal year. However, incorrectly paid workers also deserve back pay. We urge the library to prove they value workers as much as they say they do and to make good on their commitment to workers. We're supporting the library's ask for increased funding to hire more workers, to buy books and computers, to repair old buildings, and in part to help us clear this final hurdle, to pay library workers what they've earned and to end this unhappy chapter in Brooklyn Public Library's history. Our message is simple: pay us what we're owed. Thank you for your leadership and your support.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Catherine Kuziak-Carey, and I work in the Education Division at the Brooklyn Museum. I've worked at the Brooklyn Museum for 8 years, and I'm a proud member of District Council DC 37, Local 1502. I first want to thank the chairs of this committee for your ongoing support for our union and your support for cultural institutions and working class New Yorkers. When Brooklyn Museum leadership attempted to lay off our union members this fiscal year, members of this committee supported us in avoiding these layoffs and showed its commitment to protecting unions, as well as supporting arts and culture. And we hope to continue this collaboration as workers and local government to protect artists and cultural workers that make our arts and educational institutions places where all New Yorkers can express creativity, learn, and benefit from the resources and programmings that enrich their lives. Today, I'm asking the council to increase funding for the Department of Cultural Affairs for FY26 budget. And I'm also here today to talk about, as an educator, how this budget affects my work and how the museum's financial situation impacts the communities that we serve. So in my role, the Education Division, I support the work of educators that support over 50,000 people, including public school students, DOE educators, teens from all 5 boroughs, families, access audiences, as well as older adults and emerging arts professionals. Over the past few months, our education team has been directed to drastically reduce programming due to decreased funding. And it's been deeply concerning to watch thriving programs that have served diverse audiences come to a halt. For an example, our division has a very highly respected paid internship and fellowship program where we do targeted outreach to first-generation college students as well as CUNY and SUNY students, which create a path for jobs in the cultural sector. For the first time in 30 years, we will not be running a fellowship program. In addition, just last June, we received an email that a federal IMLS grant was abruptly canceled. The impact of cutting this program comes at a high cost to the museum and would reduce our internship program. Other education programs that have been cut include outreach for adult literacy and art making programs, programs for adult Spanish speakers, and a reduction of the number of educators teaching K-12 guided gallery visits to school groups. At a time when Federal cuts are forcing museums to halt programs, and educators are strained for resources. I urge the committee to prioritize funding for cultural institutions as an investment in our city's future and ensure that our city continues to provide opportunities for arts and education programming for all New Yorkers. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate you guys. Okay, next we have Abby Emerson and Melody Emerson Simpson and Felix Emerson Simpson.
Hello, good afternoon, Chair Rivera and Chair Brannon. Good to see you both. My name is Dr. Abby Emerson. I'm a New York City educator, and I'm here today as a member of NYPL, the Public Library Action Network, which is a group of patrons and library workers organizing together to amplify, strengthen, and progress the futures of NYC's 3 public library systems. San Francisco's library budget is 1.36% of their overall city budget. Chicago's library budget is approximately 0.7% of their overall city budget. But if we take a look closer to home, at the moment, our NYC library budget is just 0.43% of the overall city budget, and that is unacceptable. What I would like to ask is that as a city, we fund libraries at 0.5%, and not just this year, but every year. At NYPL, we feel this is a realistic number and would address the major strains the libraries are currently under. From our research and conversations with library workers, patrons, and union reps, we found some key areas of concern that a measly 0.43% can't currently address. We also just heard from them in the last panel. So committing to 0.5%, which for this coming year would translate to $575.3 million, would be used to address these 3 critical areas. 1, the very real building upgrades that are needed, HVAC, accessibility, restrooms, et cetera. 2, back pay and fair pay for library workers. The existence of out-of-date contracts and thousands of dollars owed to some workers is frankly quite embarrassing. 3, additional programming for multiple populations that rely on the library to meet their very real needs. Immigrants, youth, elders, unhoused folks, working adults, etc. My own local branch is bustling and rowdy with youth after school, such as these ones, which is great, yet there's currently 0 programming for them at this time. Funding libraries at 0.5% is frankly a small ask. New Yorkers want more from their libraries, which are some of the only public, shared, completely free, democratic spaces we have left in the city. It would be very punk rock, frankly, to fund them appropriately. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Any punk rock veterans will get you a long way here.
Good afternoon. My name is Melody Emerson Simpson, and I live in Brooklyn. I go to Brooklyn Brownstone School, and I'm in the 2nd grade Rainbows. I am here today to talk about how library workers need to be paid more fairly and how the elevator in my library is always closing down for repairs. I think the workers should be paid more so that they get enough money for how much work they do. Some workers aren't paid enough. That is unfair. At the end of 1st grade, the library near my house was closed down for 3 weeks. Also, the elevator is always breaking. We need money for repairs. In addition, I think we should have more movie days. The library needs more money for that to happen. I think libraries should have a better elevators and workers should have more money. Thank you. Hi, my name is Sheila. Hi, my name is Sheila. We need more money to fix library listening.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Good job, guys. Thank you. Okay, now we have Stephanie Hill Wilchfort, Gonzalo Casales, Angel Hernandez, David Freudenthal, Nora Yaya, and that's it. Just hit your mic.
Good afternoon, Chair Rivera, Chair Brannon, and members of the Committee on Culture and Finance. Thank you so much for this opportunity to testify. My name is Stephanie Hill Wilchfort. I am the Renee Menschel President and Director of the Museum of the City of New York, and I'm also Executive Vice Chair of the Cultural Institutions Group. I'm here today to provide testimony on behalf of the CIGs, a coalition of 34 cultural institutions located in all 5 boroughs, including zoos, gardens, museums, and performing arts organizations. We are testifying today to support Culture for All and request a $30 million baseline increase to the DCLA adopted budget in FY26. I want to start by thanking the Council for prioritizing culture and for your strong advocacy in securing a full restoration for our institutions in FY25, and for the historic $45 million that was baselined in the FY26 executive budget. While the $45 million baseline allocation stabilizes current funding, it does not increase the overall budget for culture. A $30 million baseline increase would be transformative for CIGs, for DCLA, and for programs across New York City. This $30 million would not only ensure our institutions have the resources needed to fully serve New Yorkers and attract tourists, but it would also build the city's resilience as federal policies and funding cuts threaten the viability of New York City's institutions, programs, and the livelihoods of our artists. Arts and culture generate $110 billion in economic activity annually and are vital to the city's economy. Our cultural sector is also central to the success of our city's tourism industry and workforce. The Cultural Institutions Group alone employs 15,700 full and part-time staff, of whom 5,800 are union members. Furthermore, CIGs offer career pathways and training opportunities to more than 6,000 New Yorkers each year. This is a particularly important moment for the city to support our cultural institutions. Investing in culture is investing in the heart and soul of New York. We ask the Council to baseline $30 million for culture to ensure our sector can survive and thrive. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. My name is Angel Hernandez. I'm Director of Government Relations for the New York Botanical Garden, the fun guy. The recent announcement of, oh, you got it now, thank you. The recent announcement of a $45 million baseline in the cultural budget marks a historic moment for DCLA. On behalf of New York Botanical Garden, I want to thank Speaker Adams, Chair Rivera, and Chair Brennan for your unwavering support and efforts in this achievement. The increase allows the agency to make pivotal investments in our city's cultural institutions, an accomplishment that will empower these local economic engines to preserve jobs and create more opportunities for the communities they served. After many years of advocating for a baseline, cultural institutions now focus on withstanding federal cuts as they currently grow, while inflation has rapidly swelled since the last cultural budget baseline 15 years ago. This is why I stand with my colleagues in the cultural community today and ask for your support in baselining $30 million in the cultural budget in the upcoming fiscal year adoption. Baseline would make an economic impact that can bring our city's cultural institutions to a steadfast position. At NYBG, for instance, our school partnership programs at the Edible Academy and Children's Adventure Garden would see an increase of staff and resource capacity to serve more Bronx public school students. We also advocate with our side network coalition colleagues to increase the initiative's funding with a $30 million baseline so that paid internships for city high school students can increase threefold from previous fiscal years. Yet a full baseline does not only help extend and expand current initiatives at NYBG, but it can also help create new ones as well. The yet-to-be-instituted Rooted in Accessibility initiative, which funds the enhancement and expansion of accessibility programming at NYBG, along with 3 other CIG botanical gardens, can become a reality. I want to conclude this testimony by extending an invitation to you all to visit our latest summer installment, Van Gogh's Flowers, which opens this week. With only a baseline of $30 million in FY26, that New York Botanical Garden is allowed to continue its mission of public engagement on this level, despite the obstacles that lie ahead. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. I'm Nora Yaya, the Senior Government Affairs Officer at the Met Museum and the Manhattan Vice Chair of the Cultural Institutions Group. Thank you, Chair Brannon, Chair Rivera, and our Councilmember Gail Brewer for the opportunity to testify today. I'm going to skip some of the history here and first just say thank you for this historic recognition and the value that you recognize that culturals bring to our city by baselining the $45 million in the executive budget. As a former finance analyst, I remember seeing the budget decimated, so this is truly historic and a profound moment for us, and I'm glad I'm here to see this symbolic investment. In addition to that, I just want to continue to advocate for the additional $30 million that we are looking for in the budget adoption. We are grateful for the $45 million, but it does not account for the inflation and the things that we need in order to be sustainable and provide all the services that our cultural institutions provide across the city. Like many of our peer institutions, the Met continues to face lasting challenges brought on by the pandemic and subsequent global and economic disruptions. While we are heartened by the resurgence of tourism, the landscape has shifted. So for example, the Met has last year 5.6 million visitors, 2.5 million of which were New Yorkers. We are a pay-as-you-wish institution. You can come in, you can pay a penny, or you can pay $5, up to your choice. Our New Yorkers are not our visitors that generate revenue for us. It's our international visitors. And not only has that number not rebounded from the pandemic, it's shifted and changed. With the war in Ukraine, it's made traveling from Asia even more difficult. We have completely lost our Asian market, and they were some of our biggest spenders, quite frankly, in the museum. In addition to that, with tensions now with Canada, Mexico, and the EU, it's already having a chilling effect on travel, raising real concerns for our future audiences. So we're already starting to see a decrease in visitation from our Canadian visitors, which is really frightening for us and what the future looks like for our revenue. I will just close by, again, thanking you all in this moment of both profound challenge and great potential. We ask for your continued support and understanding that the arts are not a luxury, but they are essential to the city.
Chair Brannon, Chair Rivera, Councilmember Brewer, thanks all for the opportunity to testify. I'm David Freudenthal from Carnegie Hall. I'm here to reinforce and uplift the support of the field on behalf of to ask for $75 million to be baselined in the cultural affairs budget this year. We are thrilled. We join our colleagues in our great happiness in the inclusion, the baselining of $45 million this year's budget. It's an historic move, but the work is not done. And we urge the council to partner with the administration to get us to that last leg to get us there. So important. You all know the value of what culture does, how essential it is to our city. I don't need to repeat those words that have been said. I'm glad to give some examples of some of the things that Carnegie Hall does in this space and to speak about some of the pressures that we have experienced here that demonstrate the challenges that the field as a whole has seen. I also will take this opportunity to uplift Carnegie Hall's own requests before the council around our work with the city's human services agencies, which I think is extremely typical of the way that the CIGs and the cultural community really leans in to support New Yorkers, and the way that arts in our case, music, can be an essential piece of building stronger communities, better lives for New Yorkers, especially those in the most challenging circumstances. I'm sure that my colleagues have spoken to the challenges that the city is facing, that we as cultural institutions are facing around these federal cuts for Carnegie Hall. There's about $1.7 million that we've already lost or is significantly at risk. The challenges are real, and you, the council, have always been in culture's corner. It's fantastic the administration has done what it's done. You have been ever fighting for us, and we're so grateful for all you've done, and we ask your help to get us to this last mile.
Thank you, David. Dear Chair Rivera, Chair Brannan, and members of the committee, thank you so much for allowing me to testify today. Gonzalo Casals. I'm the co-director of the Cultural and Arts Policy Institute, but also I am currently the interim chief operating officer of El Museo del Barrio. I want to acknowledge the administration's, listening to our calls for historic baselining. But as my colleagues have said, and you're going to hear over and over again, that is long overdue stability, but it does not bring growth. And I'm going to go a little off the script of, the written testimony that I present, because I think I should be speaking not only about the work of El Museo, but the work of the whole sector. In particular, El Museo is part of the Latinx network, 50 plus Latinx organizations in the city. Probably we're the largest one, and because we're the largest one, I feel the responsibility to advocate for all Latinx organizations and BIPOC organizations. And of the many different aspects of this perfect storm in which we're suffering, the cultural sector, the loss of $32 million in federal support has, deepening long-standing inequities in the sector. Latinx and BIPOC organizations that are rooted in and accountable to their communities have historically received 50 to 60% less money from individual donor contributions compared to what we call predominantly white institutions. And this directly reflects the systemic inequities in philanthropy giving, right, with wealth and donor networks being racialized. As a result of this, many organizations depend almost entirely, if not exclusively, in government funding. So when you remove 25%, 30% of the all government funding available through the city, the state, and the federal government, that gap deepens, right? And I want to be clear that just deepens because you only relied on one source of revenue, right? And I want to be clear, all cultural organizations in the sector are hurting, and I'm finishing with this, every single one. That said, as the city steps in with support, it's critical that the resource is distributed equitably, right? Taking into account the disparate impact that the withdrawal of federal funding has across the sector. I support, the extra $30 million baseline ask that the sector has, and I thank you for all your support to the cultural sector.
I just wanted to thank you all for the work that you're doing in terms of diversity, I guess, inclusivity, whether it's, I know you're doing Wong and graffiti and the children's adventure garden, super fine. Carnegie Hall had Evie Queen, the queen of reggaeton, okay? And I have to say, El Museo and the Candida Alvarez exhibit is wonderful. So I just want to thank you all for what you're doing for New York City, and I will be sure to fight for you.
Thank you. Okay, our next panel, Constant Lasolde, Carol Benevic Bradley, Elizabeth Bevington, Melissa Peralta, and Juanita James. You want to begin? Sure, thanks.
Good afternoon, chairs and council.
Thank you for this opportunity to speak today. My name is Juanita James, and I've proudly served the Brooklyn Public Library for the past 25 years. Currently, I'm a branch manager at Washington Irving, and I speak on behalf of not my branch, but also dedicated staff, families, students, and seniors who rely on our services every day, no matter what. As a branch manager, I often step in multiple shifts, sometimes closing and opening branches with staff for days at a time. When staff take their well-earned vacations or call out sick, I scramble to keep our doors open. In some cases, sometimes I have to, on my own time, I return right after my own time off to ensure weekend coverage. This is not sustainable. It's frustrating, it's stressful, and quite frankly, it's unfair to our staff and the public who expect and deserve consistent, high-quality services. Stretching our workforce to the brink impacts everything from programming to safety and atmosphere in our spaces. That's why I'm urging you today to restore Brooklyn Public Library's budget $44.8 million in the unmet needs so we can continue our services to the public at the standard that they deserve. With restoring this funding, we can maintain adequate staffing levels, reduce burnout, and ensure that every branch is able to open and close safely and reliably. I will also allow us to keep offering educational and cultural programs that so many Brooklynites depend on. Thank you for your time and attention and commitment to the public library, and with your support, I know that we can continue with our communities that need it the most and do it with excellence. Thank you.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of the Brooklyn Public Library. My name is Melissa Peralta. I'm a child librarian. I've only been at Washington Irving branch for 4 months, but in the short time, I've met so many families, students, and newcomers who rely on us in a deeply personal way. Access to free resources, educational support, and welcoming space can make a profound difference in people's lives, and I see it every single day. Our branch offers a range of well-attended programs such as the tech workshops for teens, English class for adults, and regular story times for families. Our patrons include students from nearby schools, immigrant families, and longtime residences, each with their own unique needs. As a child librarian, I had the privilege of connecting with many of them. One mom recently told me she brings her children every weekend, not just for books, but in her words, it's just the one place where they all feel like they belong. Unfortunately, we're not able to meet the growing demand for these programs. We've had to turn down opportunities to host additional story times and school visits, not because there's no interest in them, but because we don't have enough staffing to support them. To continue serving the community effectively, we need to increase fundings for more staff and more programs that respond directly to what our patrons are asking for. With additional support, we can create opportunities to empower children, support immigrant families, and strengthen neighborhood as a whole. Thank you for the time, your consideration, and your commitment to supporting your local libraries. When you invest in libraries, you're investing in the children, families, and neighbors who count on us every day.
Good afternoon, and thank you again for the privilege of speaking to you today. My name is Elizabeth Bevington. I am a local 1930 Library Workers Guild board member and Council District 2 resident. I want to speak today about the city's affordability crisis and its impact on library workers and our patrons. That's specifically to underscore why baselining our budget and increasing funding for libraries and cultural institutions is so important. Earlier, one of you asked about the obstacles to recruiting and retaining staff at the libraries. most library workers and people considering library work will tell you it is the salary. I mentioned that I am a District 2 resident, and that's possible only because I live in a 3-income household. My partner has 2 jobs, one of which is as adjunct faculty at a New York City university, and one of which is at another cultural institution. It is imperative that library workers have competitive salaries so that we can live in New York City and so that library systems can be responsive to the unique needs of our communities. I work in District Council 1 at the Chatham Square branch of the New York Public Library. Located in Chinatown between the Manhattan Bridge and the Bowery, it was especially hard hit by the COVID-19 pandemic. In myriad ways, and recovery has been slow, but we are once again one of the busiest branches with double or more the program attendance, circulation, through-the-door visits, and computer usage of the system-wide average for the New York Public Library. Our service area median income is $39,123. Our patrons are among the most impacted by housing shortages and cuts to social services. Library services often fill the gap with inadequate resources. We need to be able to recruit and retain staff that are representative of our neighborhood and perhaps most importantly, speak their languages. More than half of our staff speak at least one dialect of Chinese, but we cannot be sure we'd be able to replace them without being able to pay multilingual library workers what they are due. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon, Chairs Brandon and Rivera and esteemed council members. My name is Carol Benovic Bradley, and I've been visiting libraries in New York City since I was a child. Today, I live in Ridgewood, Queens, where I frequent the Ridgewood branch of Queens Public Library. I also serve as Vice President of the Friends of Ridgewood Library. Libraries played a foundational role in shaping my love of reading, my sense of community, and my deep appreciation for our amazing city. As a child, it began with books. I was the kind of kid who could finish a book in an afternoon, so libraries really help keep our book spending in check. And riding the bus to Brooklyn Central Branch with my older sister always felt like an adventure, a journey across the borough to a magical world filled with books and calm. As an adult, libraries have come to mean even more. I love the periodical and newspaper collection, using the Libby app, and I make frequent use of the printing services. And yes, the library still kind of helps me keep my book spending in check. But what I've grown to appreciate most is the library as a community space. It's a place to learn about local writers, to enjoy live music and the arts, and to connect with my neighbors. At the Ridgewood branch last November, we hosted a holiday Friendsgiving dinner, sharing a hot meal and conversation with over 40 neighbors attending. We've given away hundreds of books, supporting literacy across all ages with comics, popular novels, or titles that have been challenged or banned. As a friend of Ridgewood Library, I've made real friendships. I've helped care for our library's garden, creating a peaceful oasis for visitors. I've played bingo, done crafts, attended events hosted by other local groups, all right at my branch. I was able to attend the opening of the new Far Rockaway branch and celebrate the resources, events, and sense of community it offers. I have a network of neighbors who I can read with, trade books with, and who I call friends. I'm endlessly grateful for these experiences and relationships and for everything that libraries offer. It's my greatest wish that all New Yorkers and visitors to our city get to experience all that libraries have to offer. This is exactly why our libraries need more funding. It is my dream to see all branches open 7 days a week, where extended hours are considered standard, where our libraries can plan for the future with confidence and invest in staff and collections, where facilities don't just keep up, but thrive, offering modern amenities that reflect the needs of the communities they serve. Investing in our libraries is investing in people, in our collective future, and in the strength of our communities. Please support QPL, BPL, and New York Public Library with increased funding so they can continue their efforts to promote not just reading, but learning, service, and community. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Constance Lessold, and I thank you for all the wonderful work you're doing on behalf of the city. I thank you for finally getting the Bedford branch of the library open. I attended the opening, and it was absolutely wonderful. and I look forward to using it as a space to encourage other community activities that are very much needed. I am very concerned that we don't have enough free activities for the underserved populations of the city, both those who've been here a long time and the immigrants who are here. My husband's family were immigrants from Hitler's Germany, and they used, for example, the Brooklyn Botanic Gardens. In fact, my father-in-law said that was his synagogue. They used it for relaxation and to keep their minds and souls together through that hard time. So I have sponsored the Committee of 100 to make the Brooklyn Botanic Gardens free again for quite a number of years, and I'm glad to remind you that during the pandemic, the gardens, without a director at that time, decided to go with the community pass so that anyone can go for free. However, people do not know that yet. It is not publicized enough. I would ask all the libraries to publicize that fact, that you can go for free if you ask for a community pass. I can't say how important that is. The Brooklyn Children's Museum is in need of support so that it can have many more free activities. We cannot ignore the fact that people just don't have any extra money now. And the city has to fill in with assistance for them to give their communities, their families, what they need to carry on and become productive citizens. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you all. Okay, next panel, Francine Garber-Cohen, Ariel Savariski, Kristen Barrett, Marin Berthelsen, and Miranda Massey.
I'm Marin Berthelsen, Deputy Director of Development at Symphony Space, and on behalf of our Executive Director, Kathy Landau, I'd like to express my deepest appreciation for Chair Rivera and Chair Brannon and for your support of the arts in New York City. We were thrilled that the proposed executive budget provides $23.5 million for cultural development funding and that the baseline funding for arts education was restored. It shows once again that New York leads the nation in demonstrating the importance of the arts in both strengthening communities and civil society. This council and this committee in particular understand that the arts and artists matter. Every story matters. Every student matters, and every dollar matters and makes a difference. Generation after generations, we see this on our stages and in our classrooms. From audience members who attend our literary and music and film programs at 95th and Broadway, to the thousands of New York City students, children, and adults who participate in our arts education and literacy programs, we witness the power of the arts to transform lives. After a 3-night residency at Symphony Space, author and musician James McBride shared that the humble space at the corner of 95th and Broadway has stood as a shining lighthouse of what art means and should mean to the wider world. It shows the diversity of hope and aspiration and opinion that we should all aspire to. It is our treasure, a New York special, and that is true of so many of our cultural partners. Now more than ever, it is up to all of us to ensure that the arts continue to enlighten, illuminate, and inspire as they have throughout history, that they remain a source of celebration, of refuge, of resistance, acceptance, and evidence of our shared humanity. An increase in baseline funding would go so much farther to furthering those goals. With your committee and the City Council leading the way, we know that New York will remain the beacon for artists, audiences, and community that it has always been. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Rivera, Chair Brannon, and members of the committee for this opportunity to share testimony. My name is Ariel Savransky, and I am the Director of Government and Community Relations at the 92nd Street Y. Since 92nd Street Y's founding more than 150 years ago, we have offered services for people of diverse racial, religious, ethnic, and economic backgrounds. I want to start by thanking the Council and the administration for adding $45 million to the baseline funding for DCLA. We are also honored that the City Council members again awarded CASA and SUCASA partnerships to us during FY25. In FY25, we are providing 8 free CASA programs in schools throughout the city, including those focused on creative movement, Cuban music and American rhythm and blues, and Afro-Brazilian percussion. We hope to expand in FY26 and deepen our relationships with additional schools throughout the city. We are also grateful for our SUCASA funding, allowing us to provide choral arts instruction at Roosevelt Island Senior Center. We hope we can continue this program in FY26 with support from the New York City Council. Our arts programs reach over 7,000 public school students and teachers in 58 schools across all 5 boroughs. Programming provides opportunities for in-depth classroom visits from top teaching artists and innovative curriculum design, interaction with 92nd Street Y main stage talent from around the world, and unparalleled access to professional internships and other early career opportunities. We have built strong collaborations with many schools, and we understand the unique needs of each school population. Public funding is crucial for our organization, and we are committed to using this funding to help ensure students can experience high-quality arts education in their classroom and the thrill of live performances at our Global Community Center. Thank you so much for your support and for the opportunity to testify.
Good afternoon. I'm Kristen Barrett, Vice President of Development for New 42, New 42nd Street. Thank you very much for welcoming all of us today and for your tireless efforts to grow city funding for cultural organizations. As we all know, the arts and culture sector exists at the very heart of our city, and meaningful funding is critical. The power of the arts can be transformative, expanding a child's socio-emotional development and opening up their creative potential. Many young New Yorkers have had their first experience with live performance at our New Victory Theater. One of our partnering teachers recently shared, "None of my students have ever been to a theater before. Some of them had never even taken the train until today. This was so exciting for us." Each year, we partner with over 130 schools throughout the 5 boroughs for in-classroom arts education, and we welcome 19,000 students to the theater with a highly subsidized $2 ticket. We also have provided 3,000 free tickets to children and families in NYCHA housing. These programs and more rely on city funding. At New 42, reductions in our Department of Cultural Affairs allocation and the loss of speaker initiative funding in recent years have strained our already limited resources, making it difficult to think expansively and sustainably about how we invite all New Yorkers to engage with the arts. Our federal support was also cut this month when the NEA withdrew its approved funding recommendation of one of our productions. I urge the City Council to fight for essential cultural funding on behalf of New 42 and the many organizations that make up the cultural community here in New York City. And I thank you very, very much for ensuring that New Yorkers of all ages have access to world-class performing arts. Thank you.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Francine Garber-Cohen, president and producer of Regina Opera Company, which has offered year-round, fully staged operas and ticketed and free concerts in Southwest Brooklyn for 55 years, including 13 years in Sunset Park and also performing in Bay Ridge. At these performances, thousands of Brooklyn residents, over 2/3 of whom are senior citizens, many of them retirees on fixed incomes, they are able to meet other music lovers, getting them out of their homes where many live alone. We not only provide entertainment to help these people, these grandmas and grandpas, feel happy listening to our music, but we also help to combat the scourge of loneliness and feelings of isolations. Music is medicine, but in order to provide these services, Regina Opera, like other arts organizations, needs increased support from New York City. We at Regina Opera thank you for the baseline of $45 million in the executive budget in fiscal year 26. And now, due to extreme losses caused by the cuts to federal funding, we have to ask for an additional $30 million. The extra support is especially needed to increase the Department of Cultural Affairs' available funds. I would like to point out that these are high-velocity dollars. The money goes directly into the hands of staff members and arts workers who spend it immediately on food, rent, taxes, and other necessities, which help local businesses. Investment in the arts is an investment in New York City. Thank you.
Chair Brannon, Chair Rivera, I want to join my colleagues in thanking you all for your leadership on culture and your civic leadership for all New Yorkers. It's very much noted and appreciated, especially now. This is a time when we need local leadership and when we need cultural leadership. We need leadership that sounds in culture, which has historically been and continues to be a real strength here in New York City. My name is Miranda Massey, and I'm the director of the Climate Museum, which is a pretty new member of New York City's cultural community. We got started in 2018. Chair Brannon, you were one of the members who supported us early on. Thank you again for that. And thanks largely to the Department of Cultural Affairs and the engagement and support of different members of City Council, we were able to make it through the pandemic as a fledgling organization, and we've, in the brief time that we've been doing public programming, presented hundreds of public events and 17 different exhibitions, many with esteemed partners who are represented in the testimony today from across the city in every borough. And we've gotten to a point where we're going to have a permanent home in 2029 as the cultural anchor of a new development on the far west side. And most of the capital requirements associated with that permanent home will be covered by our real estate partners, Moynihan, Boston Properties, and BRP. But some of them we'll need to step up on ourselves. And so I want to elevate for your attention $100,000 speaker requests that we've made strategically to start to establish eligibility for requesting capital funds from the city in the future down the road. Because of course, while the property that we're going to be located on is owned by New York State, our heart lies very much with New York City, and we want to partner with the city in creating the work that we're going to be presenting to the community of New York City. And the fundamental impulse of that work, just to close, is to use the arts and culture to let everybody know about all the meaningful civic actions they can take in relation to climate and all the ways it's touching our lives. So we are kind of at the intersection of New York City's climate leadership and our cultural leadership. And again, we want to thank you for putting us at that nexus point. Thank you all.
Kristen, could I just ask the NEA grant that you mentioned, how much is it worth?
Apologies. Ours was a $15,000 grant for a production that's already happened, so we've spent the money and then we were cut out.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Okay, now we have Jessica Soto, Christina Lee, Macy Carroll, Sauda Tasneem, and Johnny Garcia Alexander. Okay, who wants to start? Start from my left, you're right. Just turn your mic on.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Maisie Carroll. I'm a book match teen at the Brooklyn Public Library. We're a group of teenagers that run a program that provides book recommendations to other teenagers. I've been part of Book Match Teen for 2 years, and I love it so much. Seeing this rare connection that the library creates is magical. Through this program, I have connected with so many people. I've even interviewed a 5-year-old boy about his book interests, which turned out to be the horror series Five Nights at Freddy's. Then my friends and I had to recommend him a collection of creepy children's books and graphic novels, which he excitedly shared with his parents and little brother. I'd like to share with you all a few moments of how the library has allowed me to connect with other readers. So many people who write to us don't have much to say about the books they like. They give us video games, music, and movies. And then we give them books, hoping to inspire reading amongst kids who don't enjoy it as much as us book match teens. I mean, what's a better way to start reading again than being given a book that is perfect for you? One example is a form sent by Rachel. Rachel gave us a list of video games that she liked. I recommended Nimona by N.D. Stevenson and wrote, "This is a fun graphic novel that has the action, adventure, and fantasy of many video games like the ones you mentioned. It also has a movie adaptation as a plus. I found that's a great way to get kids interested." I also messaged a girl named Cheyenne who was losing interest in fantasy books but was looking for something else to read. I recommended her Where I End and You Begin by Preston Norton. And I wrote her, "This is the interesting and fun plot of many of the books and authors you mentioned, along with the same humor and romance. You did mention that you are not as into fantasy as you used to be, but I hope that you were able to enjoy this light fantasy in this book and appreciate how it is a tool to tell a much smaller story." I hope these examples can show how we have used the tools that the Brooklyn Public Library has given us to inspire and connect with readers. Inspiring readers and connecting with other people in our community is what the library stands for. That's why I was so eager to come here today and share with you all why the library is so important to us teenagers. It gives teens like me the opportunities, the passion we have for books and reading, and connect with other people interested in reading across the city. It has allowed us to promote reading and literacy and spread the love for books in a way that genuinely allows people to find the books that work for them. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's so great to be here with you all. My name is Johnny Alexander Garcia. I'm a Teen Techie intern at Brooklyn Public Library. I'd like to first take a moment and say thank you to the NYC City Council and Brooklyn Public Library for the opportunity to be here today. It is an honor to be able to advocate for such an important part of so many lives. The library has always been a core part of not only me, but my family tree. It's been passed on through generations as a valuable place for recreation and education. My mother introduced me to the library when I was little, just like how my grandparents introduced her when she was little. It's provided valuable opportunities and has been an essential safe space for all of us. For many communities, including homeschoolers such as myself, libraries are invaluable resources to promote and support inclusive, social, and mental wellness, while equally helping us develop our personal, social, academic, and professional skills. Libraries fill gaps in our lives in so many ways, and I speak from experience. My sister would walk with me to the library for art and gaming events. There, I'd be able to socialize and spend time with fellow community members my age, as together we enjoyed all the wonderful activities available in our library. Additionally, my parents take me to the library frequently. As aforementioned, it's part of our family tradition. They take time out of their busy schedules for us to spend quality time together exploring and participating in library activities while buying enriching books. Books that have helped me grow as a person, and books by authors who have helped broaden my perspective, setting examples and providing guidance for making it through life's hardships. I now, like my siblings have before me, volunteer and intern at the library. It has been an amazing, fruitful experience, meeting so many diverse people along the way. Part of my life is continuously navigating substantial community resources and opportunities at local libraries, opportunities that I simply may not have had the chance to experience otherwise. My first experience working as a volunteer was at Brooklyn Central's Business and Career Center. There, I was able to help people with their resumes and job searching. It was such a fulfilling experience being able to give back. It helped me get acquainted with fellow members of our community while developing my social skills, a skill I needed support with prior to signing up. After being assigned to a branch, I was able to participate in First Lego League. I was part of a team full of bright, inspiring individuals. We learned important soft skills in coding and robotics. I'm grateful for the library being such an important pillar in our lives and communities. This is only my story. There's countless other New Yorkers who have had wonderful, life-changing experiences with their local libraries. I humbly ask for your continuous support of these invaluable resources. In the times we live in, the library has become even more essential in creating a safe space for people who direly need it. In conclusion, a budget increase would be a net positive for everyone in New York City. When making this important decision, we hope you take not only our stories into consideration, but also the experiences of all of our fellow New Yorkers who hold the library near and dear to their heart and life. Once again, I would like to thank the City Council and Brooklyn Public Library for allowing me to be here with you all and speak on a matter of which I hold incredibly close to my heart. Thank you all for listening. I wish you all have a blessed day.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for this opportunity. It's a pleasure to be with you all. I am Sauda Tasneem. I have been an intern at the Saratoga branch of Brooklyn Public Library since January of this year. I'm a librarian of tomorrow. And from the beginning of the year, I've learned tremendously about so many things in the library as an intern that the school couldn't have taught me in any other way. I had the fortune to work with an incredible mentor and amazing staff members and peers who I met through the library. It wasn't the actual small tasks of an intern that made this experience so memorable for me. It was the connection, the daily conversations I would have with people, the guidance they provided me, and all the amazing experience, and my favorite being learning how to garden in my branch's backyard. Throughout the months, I've had opportunity to visit a lot of field trips, including the Morgan Library Museum and Book Ops, to see the logistics and behind the scenes of how books end up in libraries. Those were experience and knowledge I couldn't have found anywhere else. I'm so grateful for the Brooklyn Public Library to have all these opportunities for us young adults. And even for teenagers who are not interns, I believe libraries are still a great place and resources. It's a place surrounded by knowledge and an understanding community. And it's especially important that in this era where everything is slowly becoming online, we keep the importance and cultures of libraries alive. Libraries are not just bookkeepers, but they're filled with unique experiences and people that young people wouldn't find anywhere else. My experience there has impacted my personal goals, my career, and my college goals, and opened me up to so much more opportunity. And it is only through the library that I was able to have all of that. My ask would be that you consider libraries as a more important pillar of society and invest for more into them so they can continue their programs and work that support and guide young adults just like me. Thank you so much again.
Good afternoon. My name is Christina Lee. I thank you for granting me the privilege today to speak on an issue that is deeply personal, yet imperative across various boroughs: the significance of sustained funding for public libraries. We often uphold public education as the foundation of literacy, creativity, and knowledgeable ideas. But as with any structure, foundation alone is not enough. A child's intellectual and emotional development demands upskilling and enrichment. This is where public libraries step in. Where education offers a framework, the library offers freedom to explore, to question, and to grow. Consider this. A child may be able to learn to read in a classroom, but it's often in the library where that reading turns into passion. Exposure to a wide selection of texts cultivates transformation. This leads to greater academic success, higher empathy, and stronger communication skills. The library is where the idea becomes accessible to all, not just to those with economic means. Let's not forget the free programs that are offered, designed to meet the developmental needs of the youth. I have had the privilege of working within such programs, and I can tell you firsthand, the programs offered extensive joy to them. They ignite an imagination, sharpen motor skills, and encourage creativity. Yet the truth is stark. Many parents are unable to supplement their children's education, not due to a lack of trying, rather to a lack of resources. I speak with conviction because I do not approach this from a distance. I sought refuge in the books, programs, and librarians who never diminished my opinions. The library is not just a place, it is a sanctuary. We live in an economy where full-time employment no longer guarantees financial stability. For these families, the public library is not simply helpful, it is essential. To underfund our public libraries is to incur a long-term social cost. It's to turn away from the very values we can't claim to hold dear: equal opportunity. In closing, I ask not simply for your support, I ask for your vision to see libraries not as components of the past, but as blueprints for the future. Now I ask you, as the investors, to invest in the potential of our future generation, knowing that it would be nothing less than a flourishing of an informed, empathetic, and resilient society. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Clementine McLeod, and I am a Book Match Teen intern at the Brooklyn Public Library. Libraries were and will always be a vital part of every community, especially for teens. They're not just a place to check out books, they're a third space separate from school and home. That's free and accessible. That kind of space is increasingly rare. After school, I often found myself spending time in the library studying or doing homework while waiting for my other activities to begin. I couldn't wait at school, it closed after classes ended, and home was too far away. The library became a haven. In downtown Brooklyn, Atlantic Terminal Mall introduced a policy around 2024 banning teens under 18 unless accompanied by an adult. A friend of mine who went to a nearby high school could no longer go there after school. That left the library as one of the few welcoming spaces left for teens to simply exist. Libraries matter because they're places where young people can connect, feel safe, and just be. That's why I'm asking you to continue funding spaces like this, because we need them. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much to this panel and for your experiences, advice, and advocacy. I do think the libraries are transformative, and I truly appreciate your testimony. Thank you. Lucy Sexton. All right. Sarah Rohr. Oh, Sarah from dance. All right. Candace Michelle Franklin Cox. Oh, Aria Squitieri. Justin Perez. Thank you. Are we missing Justin?
That's me, I'm sorry. I just received the video.
You want us to?
My boss isn't testing.
Should I add one more? I'm going to add someone else. That's okay. Kate Madigan. Okay. Whenever you are ready, thank you for being here.
Great. My name is Lucy Sexton. I'm with New Yorkers for Culture and Arts. As you have heard, we are asking for $30 million to be added to the baseline. Why? Many reasons. I'll list a few. But I want to note first that $30 million will bring us up to 0.25% of the city budget for the first time in 10 years. We've been below that, and we have long asked for 1% of the city budget. So reason one, we need the $30 million added to the baseline to fully fund the Cultural Development Fund. Many organizations that depend on CDF are still getting zero, losing funding for the first time, or worse, like the Chocolate Factory, a beloved staple of Western Queens, who had long received support, getting zero for the second year in a row. Those that did have funding restored, like the Bronx Arts Ensemble, received less than half of what they'd been getting 2 years ago. CDF simply does not have enough to fund cultural organizations across the 5 boroughs. 2, DCLA needs more staff. They currently have 9 program officers for 1,100 grantees. It's an equity issue, since smaller organizations with less capacity are more dependent on help from program officers. 3, arts and culture are under attack from the federal government. The Institute for Museum and Library Services, National Endowment for the Humanities, and the National Endowment for the Arts alone together fund New York City cultural institutions with $32 million in 2024. That is all going away. The zoos, gardens, and science museums are losing tens of millions of more dollars in science funding. We need this $30 million added to the baseline to protect us as we face these devastating headwinds over the next 3 years. You know who else needs the arts and culture protected and stable? The economy. It will need all the help it can get in the coming years, and we are why people visit, why they live here, why people go out to bars and restaurants. We generate 13% of the city's economy. Even more important, our communities will need the connection and well-being culture provides. So as you work to do all you can for these communities most impacted by cruel federal cuts, remember that this modest investment in culture is essential to keeping those communities whole, connected, educated, and healthy. Thank you very much.
This is my first time ever doing anything like this. I'm just an independent dancer. But good afternoon, council members. My name is Candace Michelle Franklin, and I'm honored to stand before you today to advocate for restoring funding from the loss from the National Endowment of the Arts. I'm a dancer, choreographer, music producer, creative director, and the artistic director of Jazz Ain't Dead. Most importantly, I'm a teaching artist working with institutions such as the Department of Education, DOE, Jazzmobile, Joffrey Ballet School, Lincoln Center, the National Jazz Museum of Harlem, Yaffa Arts, Harlem One Stop, and Kumbay Center for African and Diaspora Dance. Like the lady from the Met said earlier, the arts are not a luxury, they are essential. They uplift communities, amplify marginalized voices, further dialogue toward equality, and remind people from all walks of life that they are seen and valued. Most of my work is free to the public, not because the arts are free, but because arts funding makes public programming possible. With the arts, we are not just showing dance, we are bringing joy, excellence, teaching history, creating opportunities, and sometimes on a day celebrating culture through the love of social dance, we have the beautiful, extraordinary power simply through the offer of our dancer's hand to show people that they are seen and that they matter. For example, we work with seniors with Jazzmobile and autistic children with the DOE, teaching Lindy Hop and giving opportunities to perform with social and be social and be seen and feel valued. I'm going to jump over because I want to make sure I make that 17 seconds. Probably not. But anyway, that being said, let's say this. Funding doesn't just support artists. It supports the people artists uplift. Restoring arts funding strengthens communities, preserves history, and builds bridges across generations. It's not just a lifeline for artists in this city, but a means for them to create belonging, provide opportunities, and ensure that communities are seen and valued, ultimately enriching lives and improving the quality of life for all. So I ask you, please help restore NEA funding for theater, music, and dance, the visual and fine arts, because when we invest in the arts, we invest in people. Thank you.
Hello. I just was not. We're good. Thank you. Thank you, Chair Rivera and the committee for the opportunity to testify today. I'm Sarah Rohr. I'm the Interim Executive Director at Dance NYC, an arts service organization that advocates for the estimated 6,000 dance workers and 1,700 dance entities in this city. Dance workers, like you, are powerful agents of change. They use the arts to build stronger communities in an increasingly hostile environment. While immigrant communities are under attack, dance workers are teaching newly arrived youth in our schools, using movement to facilitate belonging beyond language. While freedom of expression and diversity under attack, dance workers are amplifying all stories that make up this city, doing programming in parks, small businesses, theaters, and community centers. But this vital work is not sustainable under the current conditions. When the average dance worker is doing these amazing things but still earning 15% below the living wage, we need the city to be our partner. Recently, Dance NYC and Arts New York conducted a survey of 177 CDF grantees, and our data shows what's possible when the city supports culture. It meant that only 25% of organizations experienced cuts in FY25 versus 69% in FY24. Despite that good news, broader instability that's happening right now means that 29% of organizations still reported feeling unconfident or very unconfident in their contributed revenue goals, despite that poll coming near the end of the fiscal year when those projections are typically more solid. And that's why we are joining the chorus of voices to reiterate our full ask of a $75 million baseline increase for DCLA. The $45 million is a major success and would be a wonderful win, and the additional $30 million is critical. We also need increases for city council initiatives, especially shouting out the Coalition of Theaters of Color, which hasn't had an increase in over 5 years, despite a 40% increase in the organizations served. Just right now, our communities are hurting, and attacking the arts is part of a larger effort that's rolling back our rights. And this is an opportunity to be bold, to say that our cultures are important, that all cultures are important, and to invest in those cultures as a way of deeply investing in our city. And we hope that you'll continue to do that. Thank you.
Hello, council members. Thank you for your time and for this opportunity. My name is Akia Squitieri. I am the brand new executive director of the Bronx River Arts Center. I am also a proud member of living in the Bronx and a resident of District 11. For 37 years, BRAC's central location to 4 neighborhoods identified by the New York City's Task Force on Racial Inclusion and Equity as disproportionately impacted by racial, socioeconomic, and health factors. These have been deeply impactful to these neighborhoods which we serve, and BRAC has been a channel for DCLA, CASA, SUCASA, and the CIA initiative funding, and we have brought world-class performances, contemporary art, and arts education directly to these historically underserved communities, where the arts and more have been defunded in schools and community centers for years. We strongly urge the council to keep fighting for more funding in this budget. As I'm sure you all know, and many of us have already said, that studies have proven time and time again that arts help youth develop not only their technical skills, but their communication skills, identity, and sense of empathy, and self-worth. We have seen firsthand how the youth of our city develop critical life skills thanks only to access to the arts and culture, which is supported by this council and DCLA. Often these students, their only arts programming is provided within their community from our organization. We've also seen firsthand how New Yorkers are desperate for more of the arts. In the past year alone, while city and federal cuts have increased, our attendance and participation numbers have tripled. We are welcoming more and more people than ever, looking for a place to celebrate the vast representation of cultural identity and artistic expression, multiple perspectives, mediums, and for them to try new creative pursuits. As we face a federal political climate that devalues the power of the arts and culture in our communities with cuts to NEA beyond, I urge this council to fight to ensure that New York City remains a sanctuary city for the arts, which is so integral to the vibrant fabric of our city's multi-ethnic cultural identity. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Rivera and Chair Brannon, and committee members and staff. My name is Kate Madigan, Government Affairs Coordinator for the Public Theater. I am here to advocate for the public theater's survival and for the council to stabilize the entire arts and culture sector. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. Art institutions are the core of what makes the Big Apple so appealing. Thank you for laughing. The public theater is grateful for the City Council's commitment to the first substantial baseline increase for our cultural groups in over a decade. A permanent $45 million increase for the Department of Cultural Affairs is nothing short of historic. However, more is needed to stabilize NYC's cultural organizations. The CAGs and CDFs alike are facing rising costs related to inflation, funding cuts from the federal government, and divestment from private donors and foundations. In 2023, the public theater implemented painful austerity measures to protect the future of the organization. But as the goal lines continue to shift and we experience the effects of the headwinds I just outlined, sustainability remains painfully out of reach. Sadly, many of our peer organizations are facing a similar reality. In addition to our shared cultural funding requests, the public theater has submitted various discretionary and capital asks to the council this budget cycle to support our free programming and city-owned infrastructures. Each free Shakespeare in the Park production at the Delacorte Theater costs the public over $3.5 million to stage. With a typical summer season featuring 2 main stage shows, a community pageant, and a mobile unit tour to all 5 boroughs, we invest nearly $10 million annually to provide free performances to the people of New York City. Our iconic Free Shakespeare in the Park program serves more than 100,000 New Yorkers and visitors each summer, entirely free of charge. And I will finish, without fiscal action and permanent NYC government investment, the NYC nonprofit component will be a less equitable, diverse, and accessible field should we let this version of the future come to pass. Ultimately, those who can only afford to pay hundreds of dollars for tickets and productions will be able to attend these cultural offerings. I'll give you one guessla who would fill that gap. Thank you for your time and dedication to the people of New York City.
Thank you all very much. Okay, our last panel? It's the last panel in person. So if we don't call you and you're here and you want to testify, just make sure you fill out a slip and we'll bring you up. First is Adiba Rana, Beth Allen, Sami Abu Shumez, and DJ McDonald. And if you want to testify and I didn't just call your name, just fill out a slip and we'll call you up. Okay, who would like to start?
I caught that pass.
Good.
I, DJ McDonald, come to you from the dance parade, and I've been part of every one of the 19 parades that have taken place. And last time on Saturday, when we once again sent 10,000 dancers through the streets of New York from 16th Street and 6th Avenue over to Tompkins Square Park. I come more immediately from a lunchtime meeting with a young choreographer, well, not so young, I mean, she's mid-career. She had a company which she supports and pays partially through your support. And I want to thank you, Councilman Brannan, Chair Brannan, Chair Rivera, and your colleagues as part of this committee for your continued support. You understand what is at stake here. This morning, I thank you, Chair Rivera, for joining us out on the veranda. I appreciate your words, and you understand that the amplification of the money that you invest in culture in New York returns itself 99 times. And with that kind of investment portfolio, I'm surprised Warren Buffett hasn't taken us over. But what was at issue this morning is the challenge that this choreographer is facing in employing her artists that create, and the immediate cause of my having this conversation was I watched the faces of a bunch of children sitting in front of the stage when her company performed. I know she's discouraged, and she needed a pep talk. The pep talk that you give us every year is predicated on the money that you provide for us. And I want to amplify our ask for $30 million on top of the baseline this year, just to get us to 0.25% of the city budget. The libraries are asking for 0.5. That sounds luxurious. And I know I'm sort of preaching to the choir here, but I want to emphasize that the baseline, the base of our pyramid are people like this artist and her dancers that have come to New York, as they do every year around parade time, seeking their new life and giving to the children that saw them and whose faces lit up so much. They didn't know what they were looking at, but they were enthralled with it. And the way that the arts and culture in this city represents to us Our own experience so that we can see and create with it is what makes New York dynamic and unique. Thank you.
My name is Sammy Bouchamez, Deputy Director at Flushing Town Hall, one of the small SIGs. Let me start by saying that we're enormously grateful to the administration for the baseline increase and to the Council for its steadfast advocacy for that. However, the new baseline for Flushing Town Hall only brings our budget figure up to $516,000, which still represents a cut of $306,000 from our fiscal 25 allocation of $822,000. This still represents a 37% cut to our operating budget from DCLA and a cut of 8% to our total annual budget. If this cut is sustained in the adopted 26 budget, it could necessitate us having to lay off 5 to 6 of our full-time employees, which represents just under a third of our staff. So while you may hear folks saying that the budget dance has ended, it has not ended for us. I don't really have much to add that hasn't been said by many amazing colleagues here in the cultural sector. I'll just say this: please look closely at the numbers and make sure that everyone is held harmless, from the CDF organizations who desperately need a new funding model and to the CIG organizations. Please baseline the additional $30 million for fiscal 26 and make sure that organizations like ours who serve diverse and lower income communities are truly supported and made sustainable. On the back of my testimony, I copied page 1780 from the supporting schedules. You can see that cut. And you asked a question earlier about how the money was distributed to the SIGs. Of the $21 million to 34 SIGs, Flushing Town Hall got $141,000, bringing our baseline from $375,000 to $516,000. We are still largely suffering from unbaselined funding. Thank you.
Hi. Thank you, Chair Rivera and Chair Brennan, for the opportunity to provide testimony today. I'm the Executive Director of the Downtown Brooklyn Arts Alliance, or we finally call it DBAA, and I am here to join with my colleagues in expressing my gratitude for the $45 million baseline in the executive budget and to advocate for an increase of $30 million to bring the full budget to $75 million. Downtown Brooklyn Arts Alliance is a network of 60 nonprofit arts and cultural organizations in the greater downtown Brooklyn area. Our members include every presenting arts venue situated in the Brooklyn Cultural District, as well as a range of smaller venues, dance and theater companies, small galleries, and others. Our members collectively serve more than 5 million individuals annually, including over 100,000 school-aged children, employ around 4,000 individuals, and generate more than $200 million in annual economic impact. Our work is fostering a supportive network among arts and cultural professionals and addressing issues that affect our work at the neighborhood and borough level. The context for our work is the growth and gentrification of Brooklyn, where we are fighting for arts and for attention and resources amid much larger scale investments in the commercial sector and to larger nonprofits, including sort of the fondly called eds and meds, so universities and hospitals. There's been no equivalent investment in scaling the arts. We talk about the arts surviving gentrification and not ask the question of what the arts need to grow and to meet the increased demand. That is the question that I am largely trying to put out to anyone who will listen, where we all know the basic answer is more money, and specifically more money available to small and mid-sized organizations to scale up, and more money available for the full range of talented artists and passionate administrators who work in the field, and not just those who have proximity to wealthy donors. DCLA provides crucial funding for this infrastructure, especially for its support of small and mid-sized organizations who are the bulk of DBA members. It's the only city agency fully devoted to supporting this infrastructure, and it's a crucial part of our community infrastructure. Arts organizations are the ones that partner with schools and community centers. Our venues drive foot traffic to local retail and restaurants. The Cultural Development Fund is a very, very crucial source of support for these organizations, and as has been mentioned many times, are in a severe amount of distress right now, not least because of the National Endowment for the Arts cuts and various reallocations in foundation funding. So this would be just a really, really, huge benefit, allowing us all to breathe a little bit more of a sigh of relief to have the additional $30 million. So thank you very much for the opportunity to testify and for your championing of our cause.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. I love being a closer. My name is Adiba Afsharana, and I'm the branch manager of the Bedford branch, which reopened just 28 days ago after more than 4 years of closure. In those years, aside from learning patience, I learned just how deeply our patrons value the library. They love coming to story time, having a place to study, getting book recommendations, and as you heard from our teens, they love having a space of their own. One patron shared that although she may move from apartment to apartment, the library where she learned to love to read, where she brought her daughter every week, and now brings her grandchild, might look a little newer, but the feeling of home has always, always stayed the same. We are proud to be back, and our community is so happy to have us back. That's why I'm asking you to meet Brooklyn Public Library's $44.8 million in unmet expense needs. Without this investment, it would feel to many like the branch never truly reopened. Meeting these needs, staffing, programming, utilities, allows us to sustain the vibrant intergenerational connection we have with our community. It ensures that future generations grow up knowing that no matter how the city changes, their local library will always have a place and a program for them. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you all very, very much. Okay, last call for in-person. If anyone is here who wants to testify and hasn't testified. Once we go on Zoom, there's no turning back. Okay. So she comes, we'll yeah. All right, first on Zoom is Risa Shoup.
You may begin.
Hello.
Hi.
Thank you, Councilmember Brannan. Thank you, Councilmember Rivera, and everyone else who is here today. My name is Risa Shoup. I am a co-executive director of the Alliance of Resident Theaters New York, also known as Art New York. We represent over 400 nonprofit theater companies throughout New York City and New York State, and we work across 3 facilities located both in Manhattan and in Brooklyn. We are a service provider. We offer subsidized workspace, including offices, rehearsal spaces, and 2 theaters. We offer financial resources, including 3 grant programs and a cash flow loan program that we administer in partnership with Sea Changed Capital, and a wide array of educational programs, which include in-person convenings in the fall and the spring, online roundtables and peer learning spaces, and expert-led trainings and workshops. And of course, we are an advocate for our constituents and for the field. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify today. Theater is a big piece of why people love to live, work in, and visit New York City. Theater is a place where people feel safe and where stories are told and where empathy is built and where new worlds are imagined. And I can think of no greater opportunity before us right now than to imagine a more just, equitable, and inclusive world. And that's what we do in the theater every day. And we build those critical skills that everyone is going to need so much more of in the future. And yet, despite the importance of theater, our field has not recovered since the COVID-19 shutdowns. And you're probably tired of hearing it. And I'm certainly tired of talking about it. but I just completed a 2-year research effort with Art New York that shows that ticket sales are still down 11% from 2019. What we also learned that's huge, that is as encouraging as that is discouraging, is that free programming and the number of free attendees have both doubled since 2019. This shows us that people want to go to the theater. It also shows us that the cost of theater, just as the cost of everything, rent, food, childcare, is getting in their way. So public funding for arts and culture, and for theater specifically, is critical. Public funding is reliable. Public funding is available to the largest theaters and the smallest theater companies that are being formed right now. And we need public funding to continue to offer a diverse array of programs and tell a diverse array of stories that reflects who New York City is and keeps people living here, working here, and visiting this city. And so it is with all of that in mind that I join all of my colleagues who have testified before I have today in asking for that additional $30 million
Thank you for your testimony. Time has expired.
So that we can continue to offer this instrumental and important programming. Thank you.
Thank you, Risa. Now we have Melody Capote.
You may begin.
Buenos dias, Co-Chairman Brannon and Co-Chairman Rivera and the New York City Council members. I am Melody Capote, Executive Director of the Caribbean Cultural Center African Diaspora Institute in East Harlem, a cultural organization dedicated to using arts and culture as a vehicle for promoting racial and social justice, uplifting the African diaspora, and preparing the next generation of artists, cultural activists, and administrators. I want to begin my testimony today by thanking the New York City Council for listening to us and for securing the additional $45 million that now lives in the executive budget as a baseline for the New York City Department of Cultural Affairs. But I would be remiss if I did not thank my colleagues in the arts and culture field as well, because I believe that it was through our collective advocacy efforts, our rallies, meetings, testimonies at hearings like today, and our educating of City Council members and staff that we finally saw this increase to DCLA, the first in almost 16 years. But how does this baseline funding actually break down? What does this mean for those small and mid-sized organizations that are eligible to receive CDF awards? And how do we define and assure equitable distribution of these funds? With this best budget ever claim, we've learned that approximately $21 million will be allocated to the 34 cultural institutions groups, and that $23 million will be shared between CDF, the Cultural Development Fund, and DCLA administrative expenses. Yet we have already been advised as CDF recipients that with this new baseline, we should not anticipate increases, and that the newest DCLA funding formula that is based on an organization's annual operating budget does not allow for an organization like mine to receive an award greater than $50,000. We presently receive $31,000. And that the new Cultural Equity Fund, for which eligibility is
Thank you for your testimony. Time has expired.
For which my organization straddles both 10035 and 10029, in one of the most distressed districts in the city, and for which we received an additional $7,000. That's a total of $39,000 for an organization that has an historic and stellar track record of presenting artists and scholars for and from communities of color, and like DCLA, will mark its 50th anniversary next year in 2026. How can we possibly scale up? I ask you again, where is the equity? We are not prepared to celebrate, at least not yet. We ask that you scrutinize how and where these funds are and will be distributed, and who is not reaping the benefits of these increases. I come before you today to rally for the additional $30 million to DCLA with an insistence that there be an assurance that funds be equitably allocated to the over 1,200 CDF program groups, and to assure the sustainability and thrivability of the operations and programmatic success of our organizations. Let's work together with DCLA to secure greater transparency in practices, re-examine the agency's panel review process, and create a blueprint for equitable distribution of these additional funds. Let's make this a real win for us all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Melody. Now we have Noel Allain.
You may begin.
Thank you, Chair Rivera, Chair Brennan, and all council members present. I'm Noel Allain, co-founder and artistic director of the Bushwick Star Theater. First, I want to thank the Mayor's Office for baselining DCLA funding at $45 million. This is an important historic step to ensure stability for cultural organizations in New York City, especially in moments of great uncertainty like the one we're living through right now. And I want to emphasize the tremendous significance of this decision. My organization, the Bushwick Star, has gone through dramatic growth over the past 5 years, having purchased and renovated a building in our neighborhood of Bushwick, Brooklyn, through a capital campaign with strong support from the city and state, for which we are extremely grateful. Because of the success of these efforts, after 18 years of existence, we have now established the Star as a permanent asset for arts and education in our neighborhood. Our yearly season of programming offers 3 month-long runs of premiere works, 6 readings of new plays, after-school classes for elementary and high school students, writing workshops for seniors, intergenerational workshops with our seasoned artists, and more, including drama classes at the Ridgewood Public Library, supported by the Friends of the Library that was mentioned earlier in the earlier testimony. We bring 5,000 visitors to Bushwick over the course of the season and serve our neighbors with our season programming and enriching programs. As the Star grows, so does our ability to offer more paid internships, training, and employment opportunities to our neighbors. We are an institution that is a destination as well as a true neighborhood arts center. Yet, in this moment when we are flourishing, we are also facing the existential threat of a shifting and shrinking funding landscape. When major foundations are changing their priorities and funding that the field has relied on for decades suddenly disappears.
Thank you for your testimony. Time has expired.
Individual donors will be able to sufficiently fill that void. The Star's mission is to offer free programs and affordable tickets to ensure access to the work we do. Our earned income is 16% of our total budget. In order for us to be able to continue to serve our constituents, it is essential that we have reliable funding sources dedicated to preserving local institutions like ours that serve New York's communities. In this moment of uncertainty, I ask the city to add the additional $30 million to the DCLA budget to ensure healthy and robust cultural institutions that will ensure that New Yorkers of all ages and income levels have access to the arts.
Thank you very much. Now we have Jimena Martinez.
You may begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Jimena Martinez, and I'm the Executive Director of Kumbe, Center for African and Diaspora Dance. Thanks so much for this opportunity to speak today. Through year-round classes, performances, and cultural partnerships with community organizations, each year Kumbe engages 7,500 preschoolers, public school students, adults, including older adults, in the transformative power of Africa. I'm giving the members of the council my sincere thanks. Funding from the New York City Council and the Department of Cultural Affairs has been incredibly important to Kumbe. Without it, we wouldn't be able to serve thousands of New Yorkers ages 3 to 99 each year. And yet, I add my voice to those of my colleagues that we've heard today. This is an extremely challenging time for smaller arts organizations. We're struggling to sustain donation-based and free programming while providing adequate compensation for our staff and artists. And like many of our fellow organizations, Kumbe's 2025 grants from the National Endowment for the Arts and Humanities New York, whose own funding from the National Endowment for the Humanities was cut, have been withdrawn. So now more than ever, we need New York City to support cultural institutions, particularly those who serve residents of color and smaller ones. At a time when our communities are exhausted, the connection are at a high, dance invites people back into their bodies and into meaningful connection. And I'll end by sharing a story that my studio manager told me just this morning. Last year, a bedside resident would stand outside our studio.
Thank you. Time has expired.
Drums and cry, saying, "I don't really want to be alive." Our staff encouraged her to keep coming and listening to those drums. And a year later, she now takes 2 classes a week and is looking lighter and happier. Cultural funding, the $30 million we are asking to be added to the baseline, makes these transformations possible. Thank you for your leadership.
Thank you. Now we have Seth Rosen.
You may begin.
Thank you to the co-chairs and to all council members present. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Seth Rosen, and I am the Chief of Development at the American LGBTQ+ Museum. For FY26, we are requesting an increase in City Council discretionary funding, specifically increasing our Speakers Initiative funding to $200,000 for LGBTQ+ IA community service. This funding will support an expansion of our educational initiatives and partnerships in all 5 boroughs, as well as hiring additional staff members to implement this expansion. The museum is rapidly expanding its audience across all 5 boroughs and online. Our e-newsletter, the museum's main form of communication, has grown from about 8,000 subscribers in 2024 to almost 14,000 in the past year, representing an astounding 75% annual increase. This is due largely to investments made by the New York City Council toward our public programs. Within the last year, the museum has produced over 40 educational events, extending our reach citywide through a robust online presence and satellite partnerships with community institutions within all 5 boroughs. So far, we have developed public programs in collaboration with the Queens Public Library, Weeksville Heritage Center, New Fest, LGBTQ+ Film Festival, Bronx Academy of Arts and Science, the Schomburg Center for Research in Black Culture, Alice Austin House, and many more. Last month, we also launched the museum's first archivist preservation program in partnership with Sage USA and StoryCorps, named the Queer Legacies Project, which includes facilitated archiving workshops that convene LGBTQ+ elders and help them preserve their personal archives and oral histories for future generations. Looking ahead to FY26, we are currently piloting a partnership with Culture Lab LIC to co-produce a series of lectures, film screenings, and creative workshops that illuminate local queer histories, provide research and activism.
Thank you. Time expired.
And raise awareness for our museum project. These cultural partnerships are just the beginning, and with discretionary support from Speaker Adams and the New York City Council and this committee, we are hopeful to expand available resources ahead of our 2027 opening. I would like to thank you for your time, and we appreciate your consideration of our request.
Thank you. Now we have Hugh Evans.
You may begin.
There we are. Now I'm unmuted. Hi, and thank you so much for the opportunity to speak today on behalf of my organization. My name is Hugh Rose Evans, and I am the Senior Development Associate here at the American LGBTQ Museum. To add to my colleague's testimony and to provide some background, our museum's mission is to preserve, investigate, and celebrate the dynamic histories and cultures of LGBTQ people, as well as the emergent and adjacent identities among our communities. Using exhibitions and programs, we seek to advance LGBTQ equality through the lens of social justice movements, including, but never limited to, race, gender, class, immigration, and disability. As of today, there is no major LGBTQ+ cultural institution in the United States dedicated to preserving queer history and culture, illustrating its many impacts on the broader society, or presenting it to the public in an accessible way. An American LGBTQ+ museum would be a unique cultural institution that would enhance the civic and historical infrastructure here in New York City, filling a great educational and cultural vacuum, and recognizing LGBTQ+ people as major contributors to weaving the fabric of American society. In 2027, our museum will open a core exhibition in Manhattan in partnership with the New York Historical, Over the next 3 years, our organization will embark on an ambitious strategic plan, which includes significant staff expansions, stakeholder engagement, design and construction, and public awareness initiatives. The resulting 6,000 square foot exhibition will broadly explore the lives of LGBTQ+ Americans and their contributions to all aspects of our country's history. And it will be accompanied by a robust suite of public programs, digital exhibitions, and online resources that tell more specific stories about our various communities and identities. Construction of the Tang Wing of the New York Historical has already topped out, and we will begin the interior build out of our space next year. With support from Speaker Adrienne Adams in the New York City Council, we will be New York, and indeed our nation's LGBTQ+ museum, and we are opening very soon. I would like to thank you for your time, and we sincerely appreciate your consideration of our request.
Thank you. We'll now hear from Nicole Tuzian.
You may begin.
Thank you so much. Chair Rivera, Chair Brennan, members of the committees and staff, thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony on behalf of DanceWave. My name is Nicole Tuzian, and I'm the Executive Director of DanceWave. Thanks to the Council's focused advocacy and the city's investment, DanceWave is empowered to provide accessible, inclusive, and culturally competent dance programming to an all-ages citywide audience. We spend 80% of our budget, $1 million annually, employing artists and art workers who engage 6,200 individuals with meaningful arts experiences. Take Shael, for example. Shael has been a student at DanceWave for 14 years. We have seen her grow from a shy toddler into a highly accomplished young woman, poised and excited to start college next fall as a dance education major. DanceWave has played an important role in Shael's development, nurturing her artistic growth, expanding her perspectives and networks, and thanks to our career development program, connecting her with $1 million in scholarship offers to universities across the country. Shael's story is special to me because I've witnessed her grow up at our organization, but her story is not unlike many others at DanceWave. As someone tasked to work miracles with a budget 1/100% of the city's budget, I understand and respect the dance of creative compromise we do during this process. Our administrative team is entirely composed of artists who have honed and polished their business skills, and because of their lived experiences as artists, have been able to maximize the impact of each of DanceWave's programs with less and less funding support each year. The stark reality we, like so many other organizations, are facing now is that we are running out of creative compromises. We have eliminated all non-essential spending, diversified our income, implemented a 3-year strategic plan to improve every aspect of our business model. We simply need more funding. An additional $30 million needs to be added to the budget on top of the $45 million
Time has
baseline,
expired.
which we're so grateful for, so that organizations like DanceWave can continue to play such a vital role in our communities. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll now hear from Potri Ankamani Snur.
You may begin.
Hi, Potri.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much. Our council members are present here. Thank you for this privilege that we artists are able to present our cause. My name is Putri Rangkamanis. I'm the artistic director and founder of Kinding Sindao Heritage Foundation. I am about to start my show tomorrow. If you see my set, it's here. This is our event is very well supported by DCLA. So I'm here to help and really assert that there should be good funding that will be allotted to DCLA, because groups like mine are small and we are 33 years old. We have been asserting and reclaiming and amplifying the voices of the unknown indigenous people in Southern Philippines. I am a nurse who came here in America in 1990, and I'm a tradition bearer. And I'm so afraid that the culture and tradition that I grew up with, which is very essential to the life of the whole world's people, because indigenous culture carries history that is not written. So I'm here to amplify that request from the council that 30,000 has to be added and has to maintain or more to be given to the DCLA so that we artists of this situation right now who's facing endangerment to the current budget of different levels in our society, particularly in the federal level. Also, we're endangered with the NAA funding. We haven't received yet any message, but we're such a small organization, hearing from the big organization that their budgets are cut. So we're appealing that we artists in New York who preserve the tradition, preserve
Thank you. Your
history,
time has expired.
and bring the band. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Potri. Thank you for sharing. Let's hear from Christopher Leon Johnson.
You may begin.
Hello. My name is Christopher Leon Johnson. Thanks for Chair Brandon and Rivera holding us here today. So I'm calling on the preservation of all libraries. We need to make sure that they stay open 7 days a week. All libraries, I'm calling for all libraries in the city to be open 7 days a week. There's certain libraries in the city of New York, like in my area, like Eastern Parkway, by my house, it's not open on a Sunday, and I sometimes need to use the library on a Sunday, so that needs to happen more. I hope that my council member, Darlene Neely and Crystal Hudson, find a way, and Reynoso find a way to open the library on Eastern Parkway on Sundays. Not only that, they need to make sure that the library on Eastern Parkway on Tuesdays is open at 10 o'clock instead of 1 o'clock. I've been living it 34 years, and it's always open at 1 o'clock. It's kind of stupid to me. I think it's kind of stupid. They need to open the library at least 10 o'clock in the morning on a Tuesday, 10 o'clock to 8 o'clock every day on a Tuesday, every day, not from 10 to 6, it should be 10 to 8, and on Tuesday should be 10 to 8 too, not just 1 to 8 o'clock, even 9 o'clock. So I'm calling for more extent, find a way to allocate some money to the Brooklyn Public Library to add more times into to my library, the Eastern Parkway branch. I have to go over to Gary Plaza to do my thing because it's open all day, every day, and it's open to 9 o'clock. But I could travel 2-3 blocks away to my house, and but it's not that good. So I'm calling for you to find a way to help out the Brooklyn Public Library, allocate money for that library, Eastern Parkway branch. I hope y'all listen to this. And by the way, while we're here, I know I have a few seconds left. That Justin Brandon and Rivera, I know y'all care about the Work Interpretive Project. The Galeristas, I need to find a way to give to put the Galerista Hub outside City Hall Park. That's all, and put it outside City Hall Park, and make sure you give me some money for the cultural budget for their nonprofit.
Thank you. Time has expired.
Thank you so much. Thank you and enjoy your day.
Thank you. Seeing no other people online, I want to call up Sheila Lewandowski. Of course, thank you. Sorry, thank you for your patience.
All right. So thank you, Chairwoman Rivera, for all you do.
Take us home.
Take us home. I'm Sheila Lewandowski, founder and director of the Chocolate Factory Theater, Long Island City, of immigrant parents, born in New York, member of my community board, homeowner, voter, all of the above. I stand with New Yorkers for Culture and the Arts and all of my colleagues thanking the administration for the baseline, asking for the bump, the 30 million bump. I'm also sitting here from an organization that has been zeroed out for 2 years in a row, still standing here for all of us to get more funding. We don't fully know why, but we all stand together. We are just about out of our savings, but we're keeping going. We provide commissions, we provide salaries, we produce, host, and support other events, and we do this with a small staff and a relatively small budget. I will just close this. June 30th is my last day as executive director after 27 years at leadership of an organization, but I fought since I was a child. My mother ran cultural programming at the community center and had us out petitioning, and I will continue as a board member of New Yorkers for Culture and the Arts, and I know you care. We need those dollars. So Chocolate Factory is not zeroed out, so we keep children in the arts education so they grow up to be the artists who are in these cultural spaces or at Lincoln Center or traveling the world, taking our culture out there, because culture is what it is to be alive. It is how we are empathetic, it is how we share, it's how we get to know each other. And the one thing I did want to say is It needs to be supported, it's my problem not looking, in New York City at the highest level, especially now when culture, freedom of expression, and speech is being oppressed, suppressed, manipulated, attacked, and whitewashed. New York City will be the sanctuary for freedoms if we don't underfund and undermine the power of artists and shared cultures on a major scale. Culture is living, and artists are our guides. Please bump that budget.
See, that's the way you deliver a testimony right there. Okay. Thank you. And thank you to everyone who stood with us through the hearing. I want to thank Chair Brannon. Just making sure if anyone else present in the room who has not had the opportunity to testify but wishes to do so, please raise your hands. And seeing no one who wishes to testify, I want to thank you all. We all know arts and culture and our libraries are transformative and important to our city. And with that, the hearing is adjourned.